Gentlemen, I'd like to call to order the meeting for the City Council for the City of Wheat Ridge, Colorado for April the 22nd, 2019. If you would all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll of the members?
David Keeter.
Present.
Zachary Urban.
Here.
Janice Hoppy.
Present.
George Pond.
Present.
Christy Davis.
Here.
Amanda Weaver.
Here.
Larry Matthews.
Here.
Leah Dozeman.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. If everyone, as I just happened to remember to do, if you'd please silence your telephones during the meeting, that would be greatly appreciated. We've got some proclamations and ceremonies, and I'm going to move to the podium. Okay, we have a proclamation for Arbor Day. And I wanted to see if Robin Rice was here with us. Robin, would you join me for this? And I understand we have some more people, but thank you for coming up. May as well all come on up. Thank you. Sorry, all. I want to get everybody up here for Arbor Day. So I have a proclamation for Arbor Day and Tree City, USA, April 24th, 2019. Whereas trees have always been regarded as an important asset to the citizens of the community of Wheat Ridge, providing one of the first business opportunities in the 1860s, and whereas trees continue to be respected as an important part of the quality of life to the citizens of the city of Wheat Ridge and visitors, enhancing property values and community spirit, and whereas our mature trees are suffering from the devastation of environmental stresses, including insect and disease, winter drought, and severe temperatures. And whereas citizens, businesses, green industry, elected officials, and staff continue to work together to maintain and provide for tree-covered streets, parks, and properties as part of a comprehensive community forestry program, and whereas the City of Wheat Ridge has been awarded Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation. Now therefore I, Bud Starker, Mayor of the City of Wheat Ridge, do hereby declare Wednesday, April 24th, 2019 as City of Wheat Ridge Arbor Day celebration, and encourage all citizens and businesses of Wheat Ridge to participate in this effort by planting a tree or shrub. Signed, Bud Starker.
Hello, my name is John White with the Colorado State Forest Service. I'd like to thank the City of Wheat Ridge, Mayor Bob Starker, our City Council members, and of course the hardworking staff of Wheat Ridge Parks, Forestry, and Open Space for supporting the Urban Forestry and Tree City USA program in Wheat Ridge. Without this support, it wouldn't be possible for Wheat Ridge to maintain its status as a Tree City USA. The Tree City USA program has been greening up cities and towns across America since 1976. It is a nationwide movement that provides the framework necessary for communities to manage and expand their public trees. Celebrating Arbor Day is one of the 4 standards required by the Arbor Day Foundation in order to maintain Wheat Ridge's status as a Tree City USA. In addition to celebrating Arbor Day, each community must have a tree board or department responsible for the care and management of the community's trees. A tree ordinance must be adopted that sets clear expectations and regulations for tree care in the community. And finally, the community forestry program must spend $2 per capita on the community's trees. Wheat Ridge has met each of these criteria in an exemplary fashion and is, in fact, the 3rd longest running Tree City USA in all of Colorado. With that, on behalf of Arbor Day Foundation and the Colorado State Forest Service, I'm honored to congratulate the City of Wheat Ridge and award them with this plaque in recognition of 40 years of commitment to community trees.
John, thank you very much. I just met John about 5 minutes ago, but he is exemplary of the type people that you work with Colorado State Forest Service. Besides the guidance they've given us over the years, they've helped us with our street tree inventory. I think this is our 5th year. And also with our staffing, which is always needed at times. But they've really been just a great resource for us over the years. If I could, I'd also like to thank Joyce for her guidance for all our programs that we have. She's the one that kind of is really in the background with all our different programs, and most of them successful, I'm glad to say. I'd like to thank our forestry staff. They've been doing a lot over the past few years. We've had a few storms we've dealt with, and replanting Prospect and Anderson Parks, along with everything else that they have as far as all the different areas that Hort has all their planting beds, and 38th Avenue, some really notable achievements, I think. And lastly, but not least, City Council for their support for our programs over the years. It's been really good for, I think, our division, just to see it grow so much. And it's something to be proud of. 40 years with Tree City USA. We're 3rd in the state at this point. So I don't know that we'll ever get any higher, but it is a real honor. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. I want to take a few minutes while we're here to thank Rick Murray for his contributions to the City of Wheat Ridge and years of service. He'll be retiring on May 3rd, and after 40 years of working in the Parks, Forestry, and Open Space Division. So let's give him a round of applause and wish him well.
Okay, I'd like to, on our next proclamation, ask our clerk, Janelle Shaver, if she would join me at the podium. I don't know whether you're supposed to do 2 jobs here at one time, but you do a lot of work for our city. So this is a proclamation for 50th anniversary of Municipal Clerks Week, May 5 through 11, 2019. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants and provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations, and whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerk. Now, therefore, I, Bud Starker, Mayor of the City of Wheat Ridge, do recognize the week of May 5 through May 11, 2019 as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our municipal clerk, Janelle Shaver, and Deputy Clerk Robin Eaton, and all municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Dated this 22nd day of April 2019, Bud Starker, Mayor. Thank you. Would you like to-
It's going to be a long night, so I won't talk.
She's already back to work. She does a great job, I want to tell you. These minutes don't happen automatically. Okay, we have another one. Is Jennifer Kemps here? Jennifer, come forward, please. Thank you. I have a proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month, April 2019. Whereas every child deserves to grow up in a safe, nurturing environment, free from harm and fear. All children do not receive appropriate care. In fact, too many children become victims at the hands of abusive perpetrators, and it is up to us as a community to tirelessly work to end it through awareness and action. Every responsible person will agree that even one abused child is too many. And whereas the month of April has been designated nationally as Child Abuse Prevention Month, and we encourage all Wheat Ridge citizens to join in renewing our commitment to preventing child abuse and learning what we can do to promote the safety and well-being of children. And whereas Wheat Ridge has dedicated individuals and organizations who work daily to counter the problems of child abuse and help parents obtain the assistance they need. And whereas our community is stronger when all citizens become aware of child abuse prevention and become involved in supporting parents to raise their children in a safe and nurturing environment. And whereas effective child abuse prevention programs such as Ralston House succeed because of partnerships among families, social service agencies, schools, religious and civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. And whereas all citizens, community agencies, faith organizations, and businesses will work to increase their efforts to support families, now therefore be it resolved that I, Bud Starker, the mayor of the city of Wheat Ridge, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2019 to be Child Abuse Prevention Month. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and seal upon this in the city of Wheat Ridge on this 22nd day of April 2019. Thank you.
So Ralston House has been serving Jefferson County for the almost 30 years. Our house is actually just a little bit south of here on Wadsworth. Staggering statistics are 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 4 girls will be abused before the age of 18. And Ralston House is a safe environment for them to be interviewed in, so we work closely with law enforcement. So we really appreciate the support, City of Wheat Ridge, Council, and Mayor. It was really awesome to pull up and see all the blue pinwheels. Blue pinwheels are the symbol of Child Abuse Awareness Month, so it was awesome to see all of your support. We just wanted to say thank you from Ralston House.
Okay, we don't have any minutes in our package. We will move to the approval of the agenda. Is there any modifications? Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several concerns that one of our agenda items tonight may not be valid, and the only way I know of to open discussion on that issue is to make a motion. I therefore move that item number 7, the reconsideration council bill number 02-219, be removed from tonight's agenda.
Second.
Is there discussion on the motion?
Yes, sir, if I may state some of my concerns.
Mr. Matthews?
We're not just reconsidering a simple resolution or a simple motion tonight. A resolution to buy 6 cars is fairly straightforward. However, the base issue on bringing back this ordinance involves both a public hearing and it's a quasi-judicial issue. Now, we are directed by our rules, which we eviscerated thoroughly on quasi-judicial last meeting, to only discuss and vote on issues that happen within a public hearing. That public hearing was closed, and then the application has since been denied. So I have several questions regarding the procedure following this reconsideration, since it's slated to be brought back before us on May 13th, and we'll need probably some help from our city attorney on that issue. So, Mr. Dahl, I have a couple of questions for him, if you would all bear with me, in order to express my concerns.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
The first is, what will be the procedure on May 13th, since the hearing's been closed and we've already had one vote on the hearing and the issue, and we're not to vote on any new information, and obviously there's been a lot of ex parte discussions going on for the last 2 weeks. How can we have another vote on an application that was denied?
Mr. Dahl?
Well, the reconsideration actually comes up on and off over the years, and I've adjusted a number of times. Procedurally, what will happen is that the motion for reconsideration, of course, has to pass. It has to pass by 5 votes, a majority of the council that's present here. It's within the council's power, and it's commonly been exercised in the past when reconsideration's been requested. It's within the council's power to set if the reconsideration motion passes, all you're doing is saying, we'd like to go back just before we took the initial motion and see and try it again. If that passes, it's been common for the council to schedule that reconsideration, as you point out, at a later date. It's within your power to just reconsider, upon the passage of the motion to reconsider. But typically, and I believe this is contemplated tonight, if the motion to reconsider passes, it also does the work of scheduling when it will happen. So the first part of your question, I would answer that if the motion for reconsideration passes and includes a date, which I think it does in the packet, then that is when procedurally you then move to, you take your further consideration on that date. So that's the first question. Secondly, yes, it's correct that this is a quasi-judicial matter, and it has, in my experience in the past, not always been, but often been quasi-judicial matters which are considered for reconsideration, and which the council in the past has chosen to take another look at. So there's no reason that a quasi-judicial matter, like any other matter, can't be reconsidered, and under your council rules, it not only can be, but it must be if that's the motion that is made and passed. There's no list of things that's appropriate or not appropriate for reconsideration. All council matters are at either that meeting or the next meeting, and this is, of course, the next meeting. Certainly, I consistently advise the council to refrain from ex parte contacts or deliberations, and I continue to do that. The fact that they occur or don't occur can't prevent the council from actually taking an action, no matter what it is, because then I defend the action of the council. If there's allegations of ex parte contact, that has to be proven to the court, and that's for the court to decide later. But the fact that there's an allegation of ex parte contact does not disenfranchise the council from acting on a motion for reconsideration.
Okay.
The council has to have the right to act on motions that are brought to it.
Then my further question is, we're not to discuss this issue outside of a public hearing. How do we discuss the issue on the 13th?
Well, on the 13th, if it comes back to council, and if it comes back to council on the 13th, then what you've done is as I've many times mentioned, you've sort of created a time machine, and council has traveled back in time to the point in time right after the public hearing on this matter was closed, and when the council started deliberation and started taking motions. And so from a deliberation standpoint, you wait until then, and you can certainly deliberate again on a new motion, the reconsidered motion, that whatever motion is made, to the council at that point. It's as if you were back in that room at that period of time when you had every right to openly deliberate the merits of the application. The other thing I guess I would say about the matter that's in front of you, or will be as a part of agenda item number 7, that's a procedural question in front of the council. It's not a quasi-judicial matter because it's procedural. Should we or should we not entertain reconsideration of the action that we took? you're taking a procedure, you're exercising a procedural right that you have under the rules to choose to look at it again. That narrow question isn't quasi-judicial, it's procedural. So discussions exclusively about should we or should we not reconsider are not quasi-judicial. And
Okay.
with that in mind, if number 7, I'll anticipate sort of my staff report if you don't mind because it's pertinent. And if we get to that agenda item tonight, I will be emphasizing that public comment can be taken on this procedural question, whether or not the council should reconsider. And that's the procedural question that's in item number 7. And I believe there's a sign-up sheet for that. If that motion passes and it gets scheduled for substantive consideration on May 13th, I'll tell you, and since the public's here, I'm glad they are, that matter has already been closed. That hearing on the case itself has been closed, and so public comment won't be taken then. So public comment tonight on the question of whether or not to reconsider, if that passes come the 13th of May, no public comment on the matter because you had just closed the hearing, and all you're doing is deliberating on a new motion then.
Okay, and the thrust of my information is people are going to ask, including council people, what changed, and we start talking about then the application and what's changed to cause the reconsideration. And how do we discuss that issue on the 13th without reopening the hearing, because we're not to actually talk about the issue except for information that was contained in the original hearing. So how do we have discussion on the issue and what changed between then and now and the 13th?
I see that any discussion you have on the 13th, if you get to that point, we're kind of assuming we get to it, but if you get to that point, I see any kind of discussion you have as fair game for your deliberation as the council. Because again, you've gotten in the time machine, you've gone back to just after the hearing was closed, and you're debating whether or not to approve or not approve that rezoning, because that'll be the question in front of you. Should we or should we not approve this rezoning application, having chosen to reconsider whether or not to approve or
And
not
are we
approve?
going to be limited on the issues that we can talk about when we talk about bringing back a vote on that issue? In other words, let's just say I say, well, I'm trying to figure this out here because we're talking about procedural issues here, but also we've already denied the application. And so there has to be some reason for us to undeny the application. And that is going to be a question that is going to be brought up on the 13th. And now we're talking about the issue itself and not just the procedure of revoting.
Let me tell you this, if you don't choose not to reconsider, your decision on the meeting, last meeting, I forget the date, the 8th, right, becomes final. If you vote tonight to reconsider, then again, got in a time machine, went back to a point in time before you approved the rezoning. Any motion is then available to you to approve or deny that rezoning. Of course, the 6 votes still applies because of the pending protest. But the point is that if you move to reconsider and you do so and substantively on the 13th of May, you've gone back to the point in time before you took any action, positive or negative, on the rezoning. So you have every right to move to approve with conditions, move to deny, just as if you'd had that right at that time on the 8th of April.
And how does this work with the statute and zoning laws that say if an application's been denied, it can't be reconsidered for a year unless there are major changes to the application itself?
Your reconsideration rules allow you to reconsider at that or the next meeting. And if not brought back, if it's denied at that time, it can't be brought back for 6 months. But if what you're asking is, gee, do you even have the right to reconsider a zoning matter? You do, on April 8th or tonight, but not later.
Well, under section 26109 of our public hearing notice and procedure, no applications shall be submitted to or accepted by the Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment, or City Council, whichever is the final authority, and I'm assuming that's us, if any previous application for the same or substantially similar request for the same property or portion of property has been denied during the previous 12 months. We denied it.
Correct.
The 12-month time limitation shall commence and blah, blah. So we've already denied this application, and this says that we can't bring it back for 12 months.
Well, let me answer that. Your reconsideration rules allow you to reconsider a decision. You have to read those rules together with Chapter 26, and consistently over the years, and it wouldn't matter if this were the first time, I would tell you the same thing, which is reconsideration is a part of the initial consideration of the matter itself. And until the time frame for reconsideration has passed, you still have the ability to reconsider, and all public bodies have that. It's in your rules, but it's consistently in Robert's rules as well. That consistently a part of the process to say yes or no is the procedural ability to reconsider a decision, but of course that has to be really timely. It has to happen either on April 8th or tonight. And let me mention why the 12-month rule that you just articulated supports that. That 12-month rule basically says, look, and if we've said no, let's not see this again. It has to come back in a different form.
You're telling me that we can deny an application and then bring it back and not ask what changed about the application to cause us to reconsider it?
That's correct, because reconsideration under your rules is a part of the process of hearing it to begin with. And I recognize that it extends that process a little bit, but not by much, by 2 weeks. And the council has the right to reconsider, and when it does, it goes back to a point in time before it said yes or no. And you have that right under your rules, and your rules grant you that right. And Chapter 26 reference that you mentioned doesn't take that right away. They're read together.
I will yield the floor for other consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several follow-up questions for the city attorney. You had mentioned that the genesis of this reconsideration rule within our rules is comes out of Robert's Rules of Order, and in the preamble to our Rules of Order for the council, it mentions Section 4.7 of the Charter, and Section 4.7 of the Charter says the council shall constitute the legislative body of the city and shall have all legislative powers and functions of the municipal government except as otherwise provided in this charter, and shall have the power and authority to adopt such ordinances, resolutions, motions, and rules that it shall deem proper. There's no mention in the powers of council regarding our quasi-judicial matters, and my concern here is that a matter to be reconsidered should be legislative in nature, and a quasi-judicial matter should fall under a rehearing parameter, not a reconsideration parameter. And based on what you're saying, that while our council rules do allow for a reconsideration, how is that proper within Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure as it relates to reconsidering a quasi-judicial matter?
Well, a couple of things. As you point out, the charter gives the council sort of plenary authority to set up the rules of its house, and you have done so in your rules, and we all are aware that there is a rule, whatever it is, 6 on reconsideration that's an issue here. I do not view those rules as being limited only to legislative matters in the council. I think if you parse through the rules, you'd find plenty of we can do it now, but you find plenty of circumstances where the rules engage matters other than pure legislative matters. I would also say that, interestingly, quasi-judicial matters, where they are also rezonings, are also legislative, because, of course, you're enacting an ordinance to rezone property, and it's a legislative act that is processed under a quasi-judicial set of rules, but nevertheless, you're legislating by adopting an ordinance. It's the only way you can legislate. But more fundamentally, the rules don't distinguish between quasi-judicial and legislative functions and restrict themselves exclusively to legislative functions. The charter grants the council the complete authority to create the rules of its house, and this is one of the rules it has set up. Yes, we can reconsider matters, but that reconsideration has to happen quickly. And I believe that addresses the concern raised by Councilmember Matthews.
And so the decision that was made at the previous council meeting, was that a final decision or an interlocutory decision?
It was final if it didn't get reconsidered. But let's remember, the reconsideration rules have to have meaning. And there has to be an impact to the fact that you have said any matter can be reconsidered at that meeting or the next meeting. And you have said that in your rules. And so that has to have impact. And the impact it has is everyone's on notice that there's this 2-week period. And within that period, something could be reconsidered or not. If the 2-week period runs, then you're done. So I don't know that I characterize it as interlocutory. It's final unless revisited in the limited way that the council rules allow you to revisit. That's how I characterize it.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Mr. Matthews?
One final stab at this. I will go back to section 26. No application shall be submitted or accepted by the council once it's been denied. If we go back and now accept it, are we not conflicting our own code of ordinances?
The answer to that is the same as earlier, and I think where you and I perhaps disagree respectfully is the function of a denial. And I have said now a couple times, and I'm staying with it, that when you make a denial on a rezoning, that denial is final unless a reconsideration is brought forward within the limited time window. And if that is brought forward within the limited time window and passes by a majority of the council to reconsider, then that denial goes away. In fact, your action on the matter goes away and you have one more chance to take action. So you haven't denied it if you reconsider it. And you've got another chance to deny it. You can move to reconsider, set it for May 13th. There could be a motion to deny or a motion to approve that fails 5-3, and that would be a denial, and then you would have final action. So the distinction between us, I understand, you said, gosh, we acted on the 8th, isn't that final? And I'm telling you no, because you have reconsideration rules that change the finality of actions that you take if those rules are exercised by council members as they have a right to exercise them. Otherwise, the reconsideration rule shouldn't be in the rules at all.
Ms. Davis?
So just for clarification, what I'm hearing you say is because we have reconsideration rules that allow for 2 weeks for an item on the agenda to be reconsidered, after that 2 weeks, then the other portion, what Mr. Matthews is saying, would have taken place. So if it was reconsidered in June, we'd say, sorry, you only had 2 weeks. Now you have to wait a year to apply, and et cetera, et cetera. So basically, those because we have the reconsideration, we've got the 2 weeks. And then if we didn't do that within the 2 weeks, then the other items apply as Mr. Matthews was saying. Is that correct?
That's correct. Starts at 12 months would start running from the 8th of April unless there's a motion to reconsider. And if there is, the 12 months would run from whatever the date you took reconsideration, in this case, May 13th, if that's how you schedule it.
Ms. Weaver?
Could you repeat the motion before we vote?
I will repeat the motion. Is there further discussion on the motion? As I understand the motion, please correct me if I'm not right, the motion is to delete item number 7 from the agenda. Would the clerk please poll the council?
Motion fails 5-2 with council members Matthews and Urban voting no.
Thank you. Are there any other, is there anything on the consent agenda that anyone would pull off before we get to the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will move on that. It is, yes, we're not going, we're going now to citizens' right to speak. And oh, where did I put it? Okay. City Council encourages the public's comment at our meetings. Citizens who wish to speak on any item not on the agenda should sign the public comment roster, and we have that here. So I will read your name for the speaker. If you would come to the podium and adjust the microphone so that we can clearly hear you. Give us your first name and last name. If you'd spell your last name, that helps the clerk. And if you would give us your address. So our first speaker is John Butler and Suzanne Capra on deck.
Hi, John Butler, Butler. Address is 11576 West 38th Place, Wheat Ridge, Colorado, 80033. Good evening, Mayor Starker, City Council, city officials, and ladies and gentlemen in the audience. Tonight I just want to speak briefly about the report as issued by Colorado Christian University by Jeff Hunt, addressing the economic and social costs of legalized marijuana. I emailed a copy to all of you a couple weeks ago because it's 96 pages long. I didn't want to print it. And I hope you had a chance to look at it. I think it's well researched, well documented, well crafted. It's pretty much down the trail I would have gone down if I would have had to put that together. So just to review the executive summary in the report, breaks the costs into 5 areas: health, productivity, crime, traffic, housing, and tourism. The costs in these 6 areas in 2017 amounted to $1,147,500,000. That's right, over $1 billion. And I'm sure when the costs for 2018 come in, they'll be even higher. So when comparing the cost to the tax collected, the cost is $4.50 for every dollar collected in tax revenue. Now that sounds like a bad deal to me, but the city of Wheat Ridge is not paying most of those costs directly. On the other hand, the citizens of Wheat Ridge are paying all of those costs, some through the city portion taxes that you collect, and the remaining portion from their pockets. It's not a good deal for the citizens of Wheat Ridge. So where do we go from here? For the past several months, I have been up here talking about the negative effects of marijuana. And I don't know what you're thinking today, but I think it's now time for us to start talking seriously about taking some action, especially in view of the fact that for every dollar we collect, it's costing the community $4.50. Since it's hard to turn a ship around, and I understand that, I do suggest and encourage the Wheat Ridge City Council to enact an ordinance to reverse the legality of the sale of marijuana in Wheat Ridge. There should be a provision in this ordinance to buy out the current 5 shops. We can appraise the property and the inventory, pay them the money. I'd pay more taxes to get that done. And say goodbye. You have the authority and power to do this. I just hope you have the will to do this for the good of the children and our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
And be sure to read the report.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Suzanne Capra and Carol Matthews on deck.
I am giving my 3 minutes to Judy Capra.
Thank you.
Carol Matthews, 3851 Hoyt. I give my 3 minutes to Judy Capra.
Thank you very much. Judy Capra, and it looks like you would have 9 minutes, Ms. Capra.
Yes, I'm Judy Capra, C-A-P-R-A. That's 4290 Teller Street. And last time I talked about notification, and I appreciate it, and we've started working on that. Thank you. And this time I want to talk about fairness. And at the last city council meeting, one city council member spoke up and said that the whole discussion seemed unethical and illegal. And I really can't speak as an ethicist or legislatively, but I can speak about fairness. And I thought one of the things that I needed to do was learn more about the process. So I went to the Planning Commission meeting on Thursday night, where I heard Ms. Mikulik and Mr. Dahl speak very clearly. I got a lot out of the session. It was very worthwhile to have gone to that. And I've been thinking about what I heard. And one statement in particular stuck in my mind. And Mr. Dahl, I'm going to quote you, hopefully I have it exactly right. He said, "A hearing needs to not only appear fair, it must be fair." And he said that a couple times, and he said it very emphatically. And I think that is so true. And this last city council meeting, and from what we're still hearing, definitely didn't appear fair. I started to make a list of all the things that some seemed unfair, and then I realized, well, I'm over 3 minutes. Oh, well, I'm over 6 minutes. Well, I'm over 9 minutes. I guess I'll just have to cut some things out. So I'm going to try to speak on the main things that struck me. Mr. Dahl, I'd say that a lot of your time at that meeting was really spent explaining quasi-judicial and ex parte contact. Now that I understand what that is all about, I see what the concerns were about 2 votes from the city council. And I guess I don't really understand why Ms. Weaver didn't recuse herself, because there had been a long, detailed presentation on this very development at the Planning Commission meeting. And so she read about it, she talked about it, she heard about it, and she had lots of time to think about it. And she voted yes. So when it was asked if she would recuse herself, she didn't. Mr. Dahl recommended that she recuse herself, and she didn't. And then the city council voted to allow her to vote. And so as an observer, I wonder, why did they do that? And as far as I can see, there had only been one reason, because she already voted yes on it once, and for some reason they wanted another yes vote. And I find that really concerning. Maybe there's more that I still don't understand, but that was a concern. And that led me to another thought, and that thought was the Planning Commission itself. Okay, so she was sitting on the Planning Commission, and she voted yes for it there. So the same person is voting twice and giving approval at 2 different stages of the review of this proposal. And that, I think, that just doesn't seem quite right. And then thinking of the Planning Commission, after I listened to all Mr. Dahl had said and was thinking all I learned at that time, and then watching the 8 members who were there and listening to their questions, I tried to find out more about the Planning Commission. And now I'm thinking that they didn't know all that. Most of the people on the Planning Commission hadn't had that information before they heard about this development. So that means a lot of they didn't really know how to function as the Planning Commission the way they should. And if you look at the minutes, they didn't ask questions. They pretty much rubber stamped everything that was presented to them clearly, saying this is all legal, so they agreed. I didn't see any of the kinds of things Mr. Dahl was bringing up that they could question. They didn't bring that up, and I think it would have been very appropriate if they had brought it up. He also said that, that you often hear that the owner has a right to the highest and best use of the property. I have heard that with respect to this development, and yet he said that is not true. He has a right to a reasonable economic use, and that may depend on the zoning or other factors that whatever come in it. But they don't necessarily have a right to the highest and best, or maybe most monetarily rewarding use of that property. He also stressed that to the commissioners to consider zoning and development separately. He said a lot of times the developer is going to try to tell you about this wonderful project they're going to do, and it's going to be really easy to drift that way, but stay with the zoning. That's one set of questions with one set of things to think about. And you know what? The PRD doesn't even let us do that, because what I really wanted to address was the zoning. And it doesn't matter what this denser development wanted to do. The PRD zoning was just wrong. It was already R3. So just that whole thing doesn't seem fair. Then if you add that to something from the city code, and do I get to quote from the city code too? I've been reading. It said that the plan development process may not be used to circumvent the intent and spirit of the protections afforded by this chapter. So I take that to mean that chapter is about zoning. R3 gives you protection about the density of your zoning. The plan development process can't be used to circumvent that protection. So to me, that just seemed like an unfair use of the whole rezoning planned residential development piece, and thinking this isn't right either. So the unfairnesses go on, and I think some of this will apply to point 7 now instead of needing to be here, because it goes more with that. But the fairness issue, I mean, we've been really talking, I mean, I've been trying to get my head around this and say, what's fair, what's not fair, you know, was this right? And it just felt very uncomfortable to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Dahlbeck, and Ihor Figlis on deck.
Good evening. My name is Terry Dahlbeck. I'm a District 4 person. I live at 3810 Garrison. And I came in tonight because I wanted to specifically address the wonderful comments that were made by my councilperson, Leah Dozman, at the last hearing regarding ethics and transparency. I haven't been to a council meeting for many years, but have sat where you all sit at one time for 3 different terms. And you get to the point, and I see citizens getting to that point now again, of total frustration, because people don't want to follow the process, they don't want to follow the rules, and they constantly want to change what people consider comprehensive planning in the city. There was a comprehensive plan when I was on the city council. The city staff at that time tried to make sure that we didn't have any agricultural, and they tried to make sure that we wouldn't put in that people wanted rural development and that people didn't want high density, et cetera, et cetera. I've been extremely busy since that time period. Evidently, there's maybe been 1, 2 comprehensive plans since then, where they finally took that out, and the comprehensive plans appear to have been presented by some great person that we probably paid a lot of money for, and pretty much opens the whole thing to anything you want. But that isn't really what the citizens of Wheat Ridge desire in their city. I think the Tabor process was an agricultural district, and they wanted to rezone it, and evidently there's some kind of a thing where you have to put a PRD in. But as Ms. Capper just said, it still is clear that while the city council recognizes that the PRD may vary certain design and other requirements, it can't be used to circumvent the intent and spirit of the protections afforded by this chapter. And yet that's what happened with the Tabor property. Went from an agricultural horse property in the city of Wheat Ridge to something that's fairly extremely high density, and considered that by the neighbors in that neighborhood. If you read chapter 26, this chapter is what they're referring to, chapter 26, and the zoning restrictions. For an R3, it's a 15-yard setback in the rear, a 15-yard setback on the side, plus 5 feet, when it's this many properties that they're proposing to put onto these pieces of land. It's 25 feet for the front, plus 5 feet. The maximum building coverage of 40%. That's not happening in these developments. They're concrete and asphalt. Somebody asked me to drive by one out here on about 37th and maybe east of Harlan. It's all concrete and asphalt. We have tree people coming here today, but there's not trees left over there. There's not land left over there. I think it's greed. I think the city staff needs to learn to say no to these overdevelopment that's come to you, and they put the pressure on you to try to approve them or not approve them. And disability units aren't being put in there, and that's under the federal fair housing you need to have, and that has not happened. So just say no is my advice to the city council, to ask their staff, so you don't end up with this type of thing you put in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ihor Figlis.
There's no keyboard, so I can't really do it.
It's underneath. Yeah.
Okay. So is it possible to put this up on the screen?
I don't know.
I mean, if not, I'll walk through it, but if it is, I think it'd be interesting to demonstrate.
I don't know what he wants up on the screen.
I was trying to show some stuff on the city website.
May take a while to pull that up.
Okay, well,
let's just
I'm not gonna.
commence your
I
presentation.
think I can, I wrote down notes on it so we can walk through it. My name is Ihor Figlis. I live at 9775 West 36th Avenue. And I just, we've been having these discussions about information being provided by the city, availability to the citizens and so forth. And I decided to try to find some of this information. And for example, to find out about planning and zoning. So I went onto the city website, and in the drop-down under your government, you click on planning and zoning, and then that takes you to a page which is titled Planning and Development Services. And then as you go down through there, there's a link which says Proposed Developments. When you click on that, there's a map that pops up of the city, and you can, there's different items that are marked on the map that you can click on that then shows you the certain applications that have been put in or certain plans for those particular areas. So, for example, I clicked on this the development on Upham at 44,000 Upham. And so I found a land use application summary that was from, I believe, January 2018. And it only has information that there was a neighborhood meeting on the 14th of December of 17 and a pre-application meeting on the 16th of January of 2018. No further information. It says in the letter that at this time there is no public hearing information provided, is not available. And obviously it seems like it should be updated somewhere, but it wasn't there. There's nothing there on that. So where else do we look? So then I decided to click on the city government thing again and went to city records. And so in city records, if you read carefully, there's a thing they're called Laserfiche, and it says Digital Archive. And under that, you can click on Community Development, and under that, you can find Planning Division, and you can click on that, and under that is pre-apps, pre-application. Nothing about applications, just pre-apps. If you click on pre-apps, the only folder in there is dated 2010. It's over 9 years old, okay? And if you click on that, there's some good information there, but I mean, it has pre-application meeting summaries and so on, but it's from 2010. 2019, 2018 is not there. If you go to back up one, you find a pre-application Excel sheet, which is updated as of January 2019, but if you click on there, there's no information. There's just like a name and an address of the property. Nothing that will lead you to find these reports, to find the application, to understand the difference between, there's nothing there on applications. There's pre-apps, but where are the applications? So you shouldn't be surprised that citizens get upset, show up at meetings and they're upset because, I mean, information just isn't being provided to them. And anyway, you know how, even if you look for it, you can't find it.
Thank you. That's all of the speakers that I have signed up to speak. Is there anyone here who has not signed the list who would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? Okay, we will close our citizens' right to speak. And we will move to item number 1, the consent agenda. Or do I have a? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't see you there. Please give us your name and address, please.
My name is Raleigh Sorrentino. I think Janelle knows how to spell that. 4175 Teller Street. I'm up here in Citizens' Right to Speak just to offer my time to anyone else that wants to speak more than 3 minutes, if there's anyone else here that would like to do that.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, would you please introduce the item number 1?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 1 is the consent agenda. A motion to approve Resolution 25-2019, amending the fiscal year 2019 general fund budget to reflect the approval of a supplemental budget appropriation in the amount of $90,220 for the purpose of operating the renovated Anderson Building. A motion to approve Resolution number 26-2019, amending the fiscal year 2019 general fund budget to reflect the approval of a supplemental budget appropriation in the amount of $1,500 for the purpose of appropriating a grant award for the purchase of the trees in the city right-of-way. A motion to award 2019 concrete rehabilitation ADA improvements project-based bid and bid alternates 1 and 2, and approve subsequent payments to Majestic Concrete Contractors, Inc., Golden, Colorado, in the amount of $535,527.50, with a contingency amount of $26,775 for a total not to exceed the contract and contingency amount of $562,302.50. And a motion to award 2019 overlay project contract renewal to Martin Marietta Materials, Westminster, Colorado, in the amount of, here we go, $1,275,457.61, with a contingency amount of $63,775 for a total of $1,339,232.61.
Thank you. Would you please provide us with a motion for the consent agenda items 1A through 1D?
I move to approve on the consent agenda motion or items A through D on the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Mr. Pond. Would the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. We will go to item number 2. Ms. Hoppy, would you please introduce item number 2?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 2 is Council Bill number 03-2019, an ordinance amending sections 2-53 and 11-52.5 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning appointees to boards and commissions and the Liquor Licensing Authority. At issue, consideration of an ordinance permitting the council to appoint out-of-district members to the local liquor licensing authority in the event that no qualified in-district residents apply, and requiring in-district appointments if available for all boards and commissions upon the expiration or vacation of an out-of-district member's term.
Second.
Oh, sorry. Not quite at the
Jumping the gun
motion,
there,
but close. Mr. Pond, do we have any presentation on this?
Mr. Goff
Mr.
does.
Goff, actually,
We'll give it to Mr. Dahl.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll defer to Mr. Pond if he wants to make that.
Well, he charges more than you do even, so.
Fair enough. Oh, boy. Council, you saw this on first reading. I think it was discussed at a study session. These are a pretty simple amendment to provide for, as the issue that was read describes, that if you don't have an in-district resident apply, you can go to out-of-district residents for both boards and commissions. Presently is true, and not true yet for the Liquor Licensing Authority. And so this ordinance applies that rule to the Liquor Licensing Authority. Then it applies to both regular commissions, boards and commissions, and the Liquor Licensing Authority, since they have separate code sections. That's why we need to do this. And it applies a rule to both of them, that if at the expiration of that person's term, then they're not reappointed unless there is, again, no in-district person available. Council has seen this issue over the years, and we do have district requirements for our boards and commissions, and normally that's capable of being satisfied with people from the district, but occasionally it isn't. And the rule is a good one to allow the council to look outside the district if you can't get an in-district appointment, but the idea is that appointment shouldn't continue forever. If there, after the expiration of that term, there are available in-district residents that apply, and so it harmonizes those rules.
Thank you. This is an ordinance on second reading and a public hearing. Will the clerk give us an ordinance number, please?
This will be ordinance number 1664.
Thank you, and I'm going to open the public hearing. I have no one from the public. I want to go to public comment. I have no one signed up to speak on item number 2. Is there anyone who has not signed up to speak on item number 2 that would like to speak? You may come forth and talk at this time. Yes, ma'am, please come forward. And if you would please give us your name and address again.
Yes, I'm Terry Dahlbeck, 3810 Garrison, Wheat Ridge. And I just wanted to briefly say that I'm not in favor of this ordinance, and I don't have the number on it or what have you, because I feel that the council people should be out looking for people within their district, and this is just one more slippery slope. Well, can't find somebody, so we can stack it with people from District 2 or District 1 or District what have you, and it keeps representation from being spread throughout the city. So I'm definitely not in favor of this ordinance and council bill. It could be done in 2 parts, but it looks like it's put together as Council Bill 03219, because possibly for the liquor licensing authority would be something you absolutely need. For the boards and commissions, I think really somebody, if you can't find somebody with liquor licensing, you need that, because those are so important. But the boards and commissions, the city council can go out and find somebody in their district, and they should be out knocking on doors and finding somebody who can fill these positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who hasn't signed up who would like to speak on this issue? All right, I am going to close the public hearing, and a motion is in order. Ms. Hoppe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to amend Section 4 of Council Bill Number 03-2019, an ordinance amending Sections 2-53 and 11-52.5 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning appointees to boards and commissions and to the Liquor Licensing Authority by providing for the ordinance to be effective immediately and as amended on second reading to adopt the same.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? Ms. Davis?
So I just want to add some discussion based off of our public comment. Mr. Dahl, I'm correct in that the boards and commission portion of it, it has allowed for other districts for quite some time. It's actually, we're expanding it to allow for the authorities this time around, but the previous, as she had mentioned there, you know, maybe we could section it off. At one point, it did not include the commissions, but it's always been there, or the authorities, but it's always been there for the boards and commissions. Is that correct?
Yes, it has. It's been in the boards and commissions section for many years. I remember it was added, but it was added 10 or 15 years ago at least.
Thank you. Is there other further discussion on the motion? Mr. Matthews.
I'd like to thank our citizens for coming forward and talking on this issue. I thought it was a slam dunk. I was going to vote yes without even a question. But she did bring up an interesting premise that maybe part of the reason that we're not getting these boards and commissions filled is because we're not working hard enough at it. And I'll probably still vote yes on this. But it gave me pause. That perhaps once in a while it is really a good idea if we listen to our citizens and take what they say under consideration and then try to reevaluate where we're coming from and what we've been doing. I think in the future this would deserve some reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. We will move on to agenda item number 3. Mr. Keeter, would you introduce item number 3, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 3, Council Bill number 04-2019, an ordinance amending sections 11-51, 11-52, 11-53, 11-56, 11-63, 11-64, and 17-27 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the licensing and use of alcohol beverages and making additional housekeeping revisions to said code, updating statutory citations to conform to recent legislative changes. At issue is consideration of an ordinance updating the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws to reflect amendments to the state's liquor and beer codes.
Thank you. This is an ordinance on second reading. It is a public hearing. It is non-quasi-judicial. Will the clerk please give me an ordinance number?
This will be ordinance number 1665.
I'm going to open the public hearing. Mr. Goff, do we have any staff report on this?
We do. Our city attorney will give us a brief staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Dahl.
The legislature has been busy and has made a number of changes to the liquor laws. In many cases, they're very kind of inside baseball and detailed, among other things. They moved all the citations over to a new Title 44 that required a lot of changes. The city's liquor regulations contained in primarily Title 11 largely track the state statute as they need to do, because the city as a local licensing authority works in concert with the state as the state licensing authority for liquor matters. And so when the state makes changes, often we have to, and this is one example of that, and it's pretty detailed. Significantly, for those that remember, 3-2 beer has gone away, and the detailed structure that used to exist for that here in Colorado has been taken apart, and as a result, that had other impacts on our code, because it for years has referenced 3.2 beer and how that is regulated and sold. And so these are very largely, as described by Council Member Keeter, housekeeping and detail kind of updating changes. I will tell you that the substantive issues that were raised in a study session, where an attorney from my office, Jane Greenfield, came and worked through those with you, we've got those just about ready to bring to you. This ordinance does not include those, and I wanted you to know that, because I know there was a lot of debate, and I think fair debate and not complete agreement on those issues. They're not embedded in this. These are the procedural matters, and we've worked closely with Deputy City Clerk Robin Eaton to produce this draft, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, I want to open this up to members of the public. I have no one signed up to speak on this issue, but I want to open this up to anyone here who would like to speak on agenda item number 3. You may come forward now. Is there anyone who would like to speak on agenda item number 3? Okay, we will close our public comment and open our council to questions from staff. Are there any questions of staff before I close the public hearing and ask for a motion? I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Keeter, a motion is in order.
Thank you. I move to approve Council Bill number 04-2019, an ordinance amending sections 11-51, 11-52, 11-53, 11-56, 11-63, 11-64, and 17-27 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the licensing and use of alcohol beverages and making additional housekeeping revisions to said code, updating statutory citations to conform to recent legislative changes on second reading, and that it take effect 15 days after final publication.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? I see none. Will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. That will conclude item number 3. Item number 4, Mr. Matthews, would you please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 4 is resolution number 24-2019, a resolution approving a major subdivision plat with right-of-way dedication for property zoned mixed-use commercial transit-oriented development, MUC TOD, and located at 5060 Ward Road case number WS-18-06, Ridge at Ward Station. At issue here is the applicant is requesting approval of a major subdivision for a 13-acre property located at 5060 Ward Road, adjacent to the Wheat Ridge Ward commuter rail station. The purpose of this subdivision request is to establish lot lines, tracks, easements, and right-of-way dedications for a 200-unit townhouse and live-work development.
Thank you. This is a public hearing on a resolution. It is quasi-judicial. So I'm going to open the public hearing. And Mr. Goff, do we have a staff presentation on this one?
We do. Our planning manager Lauren Mikulak, will be presenting this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. As the projector warms up, I'll introduce myself for the record. Lauren Mikulak, planner with the Community Development Department.
Ms. Mikulak, may I interrupt you for one moment and ask anyone who, because this is quasi-judicial, I'd like to swear you in, and any member that, or anyone that intends to give testimony on this matter, would you please rise and take an oath on this? This is on item number 4. Will you please raise your right hand, and do you affirm to tell the truth in this matter as you understand it? Thank you. Ms. Mikulak, you may.
Thank you. I would like to enter into the public record the contents of the case file, the zoning ordinance, subdivision regulations, and this digital presentation. The property is within the city of Wheat Ridge. All appropriate notification and posting requirements have been met, and council does have jurisdiction to hear this case. We'll start briefly here with an aerial of the subject property, which is outlined here in blue. It's located at the far northwest corner of the city. The unshaded portions of this image are in the city of Wheat Ridge, and you can see 2 areas shaded purple and green. Those are the city of Arvada and Jefferson County. The property is bordered by 3 streets, 52nd to the north, Ward Road to the west, and Ridge Road to the south. Site's about 13.5 acres, and as was mentioned, it is adjacent to the Wheat Ridge Ward Station, which is shaded here in yellow, scheduled to open at the end of this week. We'll look at an excerpt of the zoning map for a moment. The site is zoned mixed-use commercial transit-oriented development, and it was rezoned by council in 2012 to that designation. The site was the previous location of a Jolly Rancher factory that closed about 17 years ago. Buildings were demolished over time, and the property's been vacant since then. You can see that immediately surrounding the subject site are some shades of purple. Those are largely industrial land uses, boat storage, RV storage, a steel manufacturer, a landscape contractor, a gas station. The MUC TOD zone district was specifically created through a code amendment about 10 years ago for properties within 1/2 mile of a transit station, allowing for commercial uses or residential uses or a mix of the two, but really calling for designs and densities that support transit. Council is aware that we've done substantial planning in this area. We did a sub-area plan update in 2013, a vision plan in 2016, and significant infrastructure planning over the last couple years since the 2E bond was approved. The land use vision for this area calls for a mix of uses, both residential and employment, and recognizes that we need a healthy mix of the two for a transit-supportive neighborhood. This proposed subdivision, which would prepare the land for 200 townhomes, does support that vision. As the council is aware, being that this is a subdivision plat tonight, we're not looking at the zoning or the permitted uses. It's a technical document that prepares land for a use that's already permitted by the underlying zoning. Concept and site plans are under review at a staff level to review compliance with the zoning. And the subdivision tonight, we're just looking at the configuration of lots and infrastructure, which we'll do by just focusing on one of the 8 sheets that comprises this plat. This is sheet 5. It best illustrates some of the features of this subdivision. starting here with right-of-way dedications. Anytime we have development or platting in Wheat Ridge, we look at the adjacent streets to see if they conform to city standards. In this case, all 3 perimeter streets are substandard, but those red shaded dedications would allow for detached sidewalks. In the case of Ward Road, would allow for acceleration and deceleration lane, and on Ridge Road would also allow for bike lanes and parking, on-street parking, similar to the street that RTD built adjacent to their station. The shaded portion in the middle of the site are the new public streets that are being dedicated. That's part of the reason that this is being processed as a major subdivision plat, because of those roadway dedications. Both Vivian and Union align with roads further north in Jeffco and Arvada. Union Court will not be constructed all the way to that northern border. That hatched area would not be constructed now. Existing development requires that street grids be dedicated and built sort of over time. The property is served by a series of private alleys. Those are those dashed red lines. And those alleys are part of tracts. Tracts are land areas that aren't used for the primary use or owned by individually. They'd be owned by the HOA or Metro District. In this case, the 2 largest tracts are shaded in green for the purpose of open space, the larger one being a park that would be available for public use, the linear one being a pedestrian walk or paseo. The vision plan for this area calls for recreational amenities, specifically calls for a linear park, and these 2 elements are part of that infrastructure. And then from a drainage standpoint, another element that we look at through platting, 2 underground detention facilities are proposed for the development, one under that pedestrian paseo and one under that southeastern alley. All the stormwater runoff in this area would go into the storm sewer system in Ridge, and then about a half mile to the east to a regional detention facility at Robb Street. In terms of the review, all applications, including this plat, went to all referral agencies, and all utility companies can serve the development and have worked with the applicant to come up with final utility plans. Planning Commission heard this at a public hearing that should read April 4th and recommended their approval. During the public comment periods before the Planning Commission hearing and before tonight, I did get a couple of inquiries. This is a project that's been evolving over the last year or so, no formal letters of support or objection. We've had a lot of public outreach associated with our infrastructure planning, so lots of questions and opportunities to sort of keep the neighborhood up to date on the progress of this development. Ultimately, staff is recommending approval of the plat with 3 pretty standard conditions, 2 of which relate to documents that we typically record with a subdivision plat, and the 3rd relating to the fees in lieu of parkland dedication that would be required for this project. That's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. And before we go to presentation or questions, I think we will open this up for public comment on this. This is item number 4. I have no one signed up to speak on this item. Is there anyone here who is not signed up who would like to speak on this item? You may come forward now. And
my name is Dorothy Archer, 3640 Marshall Street.
And Miss Archer, did you get sworn into this hearing?
No, I did not.
But can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth as you understand it in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
My concern, after seeing this presentation, I'm inquiring, where's the parking for all of this? Why is my concern so great? As I view 38th and Upham Street, yes, there's a parking garage, but the people who have the first dwelling on 38th get to go through a walk-through through the second building and through the third building to get to their parking. Does this even make sense? One parking garage for 3 structures, housing 160 units. I'm assuming that the greenery is the little patch just to the west before the driveway going to Safeway. Where perhaps are the children going to play? Does this dwelling have any greenery, any parkland?
Ms. Archer,
200?
are you talking about this project or a different project?
I'm comparing. I'm talking about this project and comparing it to Upham Street. How much greenery is there for 200 dwellings? How is the parking going to be accommodated? On street? On the first floor of the dwellings? I'm very concerned about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who is not signed up to speak who would like to speak on this matter? Then we will close our public comment portion of this item and move for questions from council of staff. Mr. Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question for staff is regarding the intersection at Ridge Road and Ward Road. I understand there's somewhat of a setback there. Does that setback anticipate or include the lighted intersection for Ridge Road and Ward Road, or how does a lighted intersection interplay with that setback?
Which setback are you referring to?
At the southwest corner of Ridge Road, well, at Ridge Road and Ward Road where they intersect?
So the subdivision plat doesn't show any setbacks. There is a tract being reserved at the hard corner that would allow for monumentation of the project in general, so subdivision sign.
And then as far as, is there any need to set aside any additional land for any kind of lighted intersection at that location, or?
No, so it's my understanding that, if we were to be able to put a signal at that location, we have or would be able to obtain the right-of-way. Ward Road is a state highway, and CDOT has not allowed the city to pursue signalization of this intersection because of proximity to both the signal at 52nd and the at-grade crossing of the railroad tracks to the south.
My next question is relating to that, the red line here on Ward Road. Is that an additional street width there, or what is you mentioned sort of a pull-out lane, so does that widen and connect with Ward Road?
It would. So CDOT has required that the applicant construct essentially third lane, but functioning as an acceleration and deceleration lane to serve the right-in, right-out movement here at 51st.
Okay. So does this particular platting then constitute a widening of the street, or does that happen later?
As it relates to the street width designation process, I believe because it's a state highway, the street width designation doesn't apply to a state highway.
And does that apply to any of the other streets here? I understand we did a street width designation previously.
Sure. No, typically not in these types of segments, as by virtue of approving the new streets and the streets widths on this plat for Vivian 51st and Union Court, you'd be approving the new street widths through this plat process.
Thank you.
Additional questions from council of staff. Ms. Weaver.
Thank you. Just to address the parking, I'm understanding that I think they're called private alleys, the sort of pink dashed lines. Is the idea that people would be driving in and then driving on to their parcel?
Yes. So, you don't typically look at site planning issues as a part of the plat, but the townhome plat design sort of lends itself to that. So if you can imagine, all of those dash lines are alleys, and they're providing access to tuck under first floor garages that are attached to each of the townhome units. The zoning code dictates the minimums and maximums for parking in this area. I can tell you that the right-of-way widths that are being dedicated here on Ridge, Vivian, 51st, and Union all accommodate on-street parking, so we're careful to make sure that that's wide enough, resulting in over 90 on-street new on-street parking spaces. And then through the site planning process, we're reviewing to confirm that they're meeting the parking requirements of the zoning code.
But the idea is that there will be on-parcel parking for each one of these locations.
There would be a garage for each unit attached to each unit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could you also just go to the green space where you highlight the green space in the park? Where is the Paseo going to? Just so to talk about some green space and connectivity?
Sure. So all of these new streets, perimeter and interior, would have detached sidewalks, and the Paseo would connect to the detached sidewalk along Union Court. So while the actual street for cars is not being constructed, the sidewalk would be connecting, so it would allow you to get to the station.
Great, thank you.
Additional questions for staff? Mr. Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the green space, you had mentioned that it would be possibly under a metro district and that it would be a public park. So would the metro district then be responsible for maintaining and updating or otherwise maintaining that property?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, but then it would be a public park of sorts, but there wouldn't be any necessarily just on-street parking for that then?
On-street parking surrounds it on Vivian Street and 51st. There's an easement as a part of this plat that allows and ensures public access to those amenities, and that's in large part because of the 2016 vision plan that, and sort of the Sudbury plan that called for at least a park amenity, one park amenity in this area. And the Parks Department has indicated that they don't want to own and maintain this, so that's how we came to that agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Keeter.
Just quick questions. Are there any other parcels that are currently zoned mixed-use commercial TOD?
There is one. It's adjacent to the station to the northeast in this area. The project that we've been referring to as a potential tracks project.
Got it. Thank you.
Before I close the public hearing and ask for motion, does council have any more questions of staff? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Matthews, a motion is in order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 24-2019, a resolution approving a major subdivision for property located at 5060 Ward Road for the following reasons. And before I continue, Mr. Goff, could you tell me, it sounds to me like my microphone's cutting out. Can you hear that? Or does it sound fine?
It sounds fine.
Okay, thank you. Number one, City Council has conducted a proper public hearing that meets all public notice requirements as required by Section 26-109 and 26-407 of the Code of Laws. Number two, the requested subdivision has been reviewed by the Planning Commission, which has forwarded its recommendation of approval. Item 3, the subdivision plat has been found in compliance with Article 4 of Chapter 26 of the Code of Laws. Number 4, all agencies can provide services to the property with improvements installed at the developer's expense, and with the following conditions. Number 1, the applicant shall enter into a development covenant prior to recordation of the subdivision plat and subsequently into a subdivision improvement agreement. Number 2, prior to issuance of building permits, the applicant shall enter into a subdivision improvement agreement and shall provide homeowners association covenants for review and approval by staff. And number 3, prior to issuance of building permits, the applicant shall pay the required fees in lieu of parkland dedication.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Mr. Urban, will you please introduce item number 5?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council Bill number 05-2019, an ordinance amending Section 16-132 and subsection 16-133H of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws to exempt needle stick prevention and syringe exchange program participants from criminal prosecution. Excuse me. Council Bill 05-2019 provides an exemption from criminal prosecution for individuals who actively alert law enforcement or first responders to the presence of an injection device and for participants in a clean syringe exchange program. The background on this is that the possession of injection devices such as needles and syringes and other paraphernalia devices that are used to ingest controlled substances has long been unlawful, both under state and local law criminalizing the possession of the devices used to consume illegal drugs is one of the methods to deter the actual consumption. Injection devices present a serious threat of harm by their capacity to transfer blood and fluid-borne diseases, some which can be terminal. As such, state law has been amended to incentivize individuals who have these needles or syringes in their possession to actively alert law enforcement officers and other first responders to the location of these items. This incentive is provided as an exemption from criminal prosecution for the possession of these injection devices. State law extends this same exemption to individuals who are participating in a clean syringe exchange program. Exchange programs offer education and referral resources in addition to clean devices.
Thank you. This is an ordinance on first reading. Will you please give us a motion on this, Mr. Urban?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve Council Bill 05-2019, an ordinance amending Section 16-132 and subsection 16-133H of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws to exempt needle stick prevention and syringe exchange program participants from criminal prosecution on first reading, order it published, public hearing set for Monday, May 13, 2019 at 7 p.m. in City Council chambers, and that it take effect 15 days after final publication.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Keeter. Will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is number 6. Mr. Keeter, will you please introduce item number 6?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 6, Council Bill number 06-2019, an ordinance approving the rezoning of property located at 3300 Ames Street from Residential 3 R3 to Planned Residential Development PRD with an outline development plan ODP case number WZ-18-25/Feaster. At issue is the applicant is requesting approval of a zone change from Residential 3 to Planned Residential Development with an outline development plan for property located at 3300 Ames Street, the northeast corner of West 33rd Avenue and Ames Street. The purpose of this request is to prepare the property for development of 2 duplexes.
Thank you. This is an ordinance for first reading. May I please have a motion, Mr. Keeter?
Thank you. I move to approve Council Bill number 06-2019, an ordinance approving the rezoning of property located at 3300 Ames Street from Residential 3 R3 to Planned Residential Development PRD with approval of an outline development plan on first reading for the sole purpose of ordering it published for a public hearing set for Monday, May 13, 2019 at 7 p.m. in City Council chambers, and if adopted, that it take effect 15 days after final publication.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. Weaver. Would the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Before we move to item number 7, we will take about a 10-minute break. We'll be back at about 8:45. meeting. Thank you. Our next order of business is agenda item number 7. Ms. Dozman, would you please introduce agenda item number 7?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion to reconsider Council Bill number 02-2019, an ordinance approving a zone change from residential 3R3 to planned residential development PRD with an outline development plan ODP for property located at 4000 to 4066 Upham Street, case number WZ-18-17/Ridgetop Village. At issue, Council Bill number 02-2019, case number WZ-18-17/Ridgetop Village was denied by City Council on April 8th, 2019. Councilmember Leah Dozman has requested that a motion for reconsideration of this Council Bill be included on the April 22nd, 2019 regular business meeting agenda for City Council consideration.
Thank you. This is a motion, non-quasi judicial. We have front and back pages signed up to speak, so I am going to limit our public's right to speak, but I think we can go 5 minutes, and it's really on the procedural question that we're after. So I hope that strikes a fair balance, that we will limit public comment to 5 minutes on this item. Before we get going any further, I'd like to ask our attorney, Mr. Dahl, to refresh us once again. This is somewhat of a different item than we usually consider. Would you please refresh us on the nature of this item?
Sure, and we've covered some of it as a result of the questions that I got at the beginning of the meeting. I appreciate that. The vote on this matter, as was indicated, was 5-3 at your last meeting. Because there was a pending protest on this rezoning matter, that elevated the voting requirement to pass to 6 votes, and at a 5-3 vote, that meant that the matter failed. On reconsideration, the persons that are eligible to move for reconsideration are the members voting on the prevailing side. The prevailing side in that case was the side with the 3 votes, so Council members Urban, Matthews, and Dozman were voting no, and they prevailed, so they are the only ones eligible to make a motion to reconsider. When a member originally voting on the prevailing side makes that motion, or requests that be on the agenda and makes that request, that motion can be taken only at the meeting itself, which was April 8th, or the next regular meeting, and tonight is the next regular meeting. The motion to reconsider to pass must pass by an affirmative vote of majority of the entire City Council. That's 5 votes. Importantly, if there's a tie vote 4-4, the mayor by charter is required to vote on all matters except adoption or amendment of the budget. So if the council ties 4-4 on a motion to reconsider, the mayor is required to vote. And I'm just letting you know that that's the case. It's appropriate for a motion to reconsideration to set the time at which the substantive matter will be heard. Because, as I mentioned earlier in the evening, a motion to reconsider gets you in a time machine and takes you back to after the public hearing and before you had taken any actions. And you can decide when it is you want to then take new actions around the matter if the motion to reconsider passes. Sometimes council takes that up right away. More commonly over the years, council has, when there's been a motion for reconsideration and it has passed, they've scheduled the substantive discussion for a later date, and you need to make that decision tonight. In the form of motion in the packet, it makes that recommendation for May the 13th. Because the question in front of the council right now is not are you approving or not approving the project or the rezoning, the question is a narrow one, as mentioned by the mayor. It's procedural, and that's whether or not to reconsider, whether or not to actually schedule it to be acted upon again. So it's a pretty narrow question. It's not quasi-judicial, and I've informed the council and you, all of you earlier, that public comment on this procedural question is appropriate tonight. If the motion passes, I'll say again that, and it's scheduled for later, additional public testimony not permitted because you're back on the substantive matter. You've already had a hearing on the substantive matter, so no new testimony at that time. I think that's all I have until you've taken action. I will say that if the motion to reconsider does pass and you schedule it, then you're back to the substantive, should this project be approved or not question. And that means that you should refrain from deliberation amongst yourselves or communication on that substantive question, and refrain from ex parte being contacted by the public or the applicant or others, just as if you were waiting to act on a regular matter that you'd taken a hearing on and you'd close the hearing. But we'll take that up when, as, and if the motion passes. If the motion does not pass, to reconsider. If a motion is made and does not pass, then the action you took on April the 8th is final, and you're done.
Thank you. We will begin with public comment on this. Ms. Dozeman.
I just wanted to say a couple things before we open public testimony. That way, if you would like to speak to some of the things that I say, you are welcome to do so. I did request that this matter be brought up for reconsideration, and I'm sure all of you are wanting an explanation as to why. So on Monday, April 8th, I feel like the tensions were running really high, not only in the audience, but also amongst us on council. I think we, and myself more so than anyone, did the public a disservice by not asking as many questions as possible. I had a lot of questions. I expressed my views about the project specifically, and there was a lot of kind of back and forth about quasi-judicial, whether our city charter supersedes that matter. And so I think because we have talked about fairness, transparency, equity, that we owe ourselves more time to discuss this matter and really get that deliberation on council that I feel is needed.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Luann Prose, and Steve Prose on deck. And if you would once again adjust the microphone so it's comfortable for you, and give us your first name and last name and your address.
My name is Luann Prose, 4290 Reed Street, Wheat Ridge, Colorado, 8033. I purchased my home in Wheat Ridge back in 1985 after going through 7 different realtors that would not take me seriously. I was only 18 years old. I had saved every last dollar from my 2 jobs, and I wanted to buy a home. I was shown condos, townhomes, trailers, and a few houses in very undesirable neighborhoods before I found a realtor that showed me a house in Wheat Ridge. I grew up in Golden, but I could not afford a house in Golden. I wanted a quiet neighborhood with mature shade trees and a large lot. I found it here in Wheat Ridge. I know I am not the only one who likes the character of Wheat Ridge. I have lived in Wheat Ridge since 1985. I met my husband here, and I have raised my 4 children here. 3 of my children live in the area, and the last one is planning to return after his military career is done. I know all my neighbors, and we all look after one another. My neighbors have gardens, chickens, ponds, and children playing on the sidewalks, and yes, sometimes in the street. Please do not change the density of Wheat Ridge with this kind of a development. I would like to give any of my remainder minutes to anybody else behind me that needs them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Prose, and Hunt Watson is on deck.
Hello, my name is Steve Prose. I live at 4290 Reed Street, Wheat Ridge, Colorado, and we've lived there for 35 years. I have lived in Wheat Ridge my entire life except for the time I was in the Navy. I spoke at the April 8th council meeting about the development on 4066 Upham Street. I spoke against the proposed development for the following reasons. The increased traffic and congestion that will occur with the redevelopment on 38th Avenue and Upham Street and 44th Avenue, and the adjacent side streets of Vance, Taylor, and Reed Street. The high-density development in progress at 38th and Upham Street and the planned reconstruction of Wadsworth Boulevard in the near future will increase this congestion and traffic. and the fire trucks also responding to the calls from Station 17 several times a day. I was on those for many, many years. I also had concerns about the proposed drainage changes at the pond between Zabisky School and Stevens Elementary. The third concern that I had was the change of the nature of the neighborhood and the adjacent neighborhoods. This concern has to do with the increased density of housing that started with the high-rise development at the northwest corner of Upham Street a couple of years ago, and the current high-rise development that is occurring at the southwest corner of 38th and Upham Street. This proposed development is also a high-rise density development, so there'll be 3 high-rise developments in a short block that currently has single-family style homes, 2-story apartments, and firehouse, and some single-level apartment houses. This proposed development will encourage more high-density development along Upham Street and encourage more high-rise development in the adjacent neighborhoods. If you like high-rise density housing, all you have to do is look at North Denver from Sheridan to I-25 and 10th Avenue to 44th Avenue to see what Wheat Ridge will look like in the near future. I strongly ask you not to reconsider this development. Thank you. And I also will donate whatever time I have left to whoever else wants to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hunt Watson and Dorothy Archer on deck.
Hi, my name is Hunt Watson. I'm a Denver resident at 1326 South Pennsylvania, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Jeffrey Moore, who has been an owner and resident on that section of Upham for over 65 years now. And I'm going to read a letter on his behalf. To the esteemed members of the City Council and the Honorable Mayor Starker, I would like to thank you for taking the time to hear my voice, and more particularly, I would like to thank City Councilwoman Leah Dozman for bringing this agenda item back for another discussion. I was raised at 3900 Upham Street, 2 houses south of the proposed development. I enlisted in the Army from that location. I am a Purple Heart veteran with many fond memories of my youth in Wheat Ridge. When I returned home from war, my parents still lived at that location. It was home to me. I would love to see that location developed so other families are able to enjoy what I experienced as a child and a young man. My family and I have either lived in or owned property on that street and around Wheat Ridge for over 65 years. I've seen the quality of the neighborhood deteriorate substantially since my childhood and even more so in recent years. I've been in support of revamping that neighborhood for years and would have attempted myself if I'd had the aptitude for it. I believe this planned residential development consists of high quality and aesthetically pleasing homes is exactly what we need and will attract the exact type of neighbor we all want. I'm also excited to see the positive impact on local businesses from an addition of 38 new young families or young professionals. I've seen the drawings for a development that is already allowed by R3 zoning. Forcing fewer and cheaper units is exactly what we do not want. The proposed PRD product is the best way for us to avoid the development of a cheaper, less eye-appealing project. I believe this project deserves a second look and more input from more people that have been educated both about the project and what the alternative could mean for us. Finally, based on the merits of this project, I would like to plead with City Council to make a motion to bring this agenda item back to vote from the R3 to the PRD zoning. Jeffrey Moore. And I can submit this if you'd like.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dorothy Archer and Judy Capra on deck.
My name is Dorothy Archer, ARCHER, 3640 Marshall Street. Good evening, Council. I'd like to donate my time to Terry Dahlbeck.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Capra.
I bet you can guess. Judy Capra, 4290 Teller Street. and I'm here to ask you not to reconsider. Over the last 2 weeks, I heard a rumor from somebody who has a lot of credibility in the city. I heard that this person had gotten hold of Leah Dozeman and tried to convince her to change her vote. And of course, it was a rumor. So when I get a rumor, I contact the person and say, I heard this rumor, and is it true? And if so, can I understand why you're saying this? I got a fairly prompt and lengthy reply, and saying that this person wasn't the only one contacting Leah. Lots of people were contacting Leah and putting pressure on her. And I thought, okay, how does this fit with quasi-judicial, and where are we now? And sure enough, then just a little bit later, this person contacted me again to go through all the reasons and why the actions were justified, which I thought was interesting, just being who I am and thinking, if I'm getting comments, I wonder what Leah was facing there. Anyway, so I don't understand how all this is fitting and why reconsideration is allowed, because it kind of seems like a little bit of a sneaky way to get a second chance to vote when maybe not as many people show up. And that seems strange to me too. Then I've heard that staffing is way down, and yet the number of developments that have been approved are going up. And are we really giving enough thought to all these and thinking about the long-term consequences? There's other reasons why I don't think this should come back up for reconsideration. I don't like what I'm hearing. I think from the developer's point of view, we're getting lots of threats. Slot homes aren't the only alternative to put there, but every single thing, and even when I read the back minutes, the alternative is always given, well, if you don't want this, you can have slot homes. I think threats are not fair, and it's saying, no, we don't want the slot homes either. Nobody's real happy about slot homes. If you're going to do a quality development, why would you choose that as the route? There's been talk from citizens on Upham who are saying they like the idea of a pocket park, and it would be open to the public, and wouldn't that be nice? I don't know that they know the true dimensions of that park, and to know that some people have called it a postage stamp and some people have called it a poop patch. I've also heard that no artificial turf isn't allowed here, except apparently artificial turf is approved in a variance in the small front yards of the townhomes. There's just a lot of miscommunication going on out there, and I think it's wrong, and I'm uncomfortable with the threats and for people trying to scare the people who oppose it, and then not being completely honest when they're in their communications. I'm going to come back to the one thing I said earlier. We shouldn't be changing, according to city code, an R3 designation to a PRD. To me, that's the wrong interpretation of that city code, and I would sure hope people would take another look at that, and a serious look. So please, don't reconsider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, is that John? Glenn? Janet?
Joan and Glenn.
Joan Bessert and Glenn Bessert. So we'll take Joan first, and Glenn is on deck.
So it's Joan Besser, B-E-S-S-E-R-E-R.
Would you raise the microphone? Thank you.
Better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Don't live in Wheat Ridge, but own 3900 and 3920. Grew up there, and it was a fabulous place growing up. But driving down that street now, I'm embarrassed. I was here 2 weeks ago and saw the proposed development. It's beautiful. I think it's going to attract young professionals who want to start families. My husband and I ate dinner at the Low High District just east of Wheat Ridge, which is moving this way. I think Wheat Ridge should look at their future. It's not a farming community anymore, and it could be so, so great. So I recommend that you reconsider, and thank you so much, Leah Dozman, for bringing this back to the table.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Glenn Bessert.
Glenn Besser, 16876 West 57th Avenue, Golden. As with my wife, of course, I agree. The biggest thing I see is you've got an R3, which is going to be a multifamily use. It's going to happen. I looked at that plan for the first time. It was presented by the planning committee. It was gorgeous. It was absolutely beautiful. I can't imagine in an R3 what they're going to, like I said, what you call it, slot homes or whatever. I'm in the construction industry. We develop restaurants, and I just by looking at that plan that was presented last week, it was just off the chart for me. I thought they did a fabulous land usage for that space. And again, being the distance it is from 38th, I think it just fits in with the kind of the 38th restaurant walk to plan, if there is a plan for that. So I'm in favor of, I would hope that you would reconsider.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Sater and Rhonda Norman on deck.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Joseph Sadar, S-A-D-A-R. I live at 4355 Teller Street. Our family has been in this neighborhood since 1955. Okay, I have mostly questions, and I'll make it short and to the point. But may I ask at this time why some are in favor of placing this project in front of those who have been the backbone of Wheat Ridge for all these years. In other words, replacing the established families. Next, is there any consideration given to the homeowners whose entire lives were spent trying to own and work and own a home in Wheat Ridge and be responsible for that home? I've kind of got it mixed up there. I think not. I don't think there's any consideration for that. Here again, we have a meeting tonight with very minimal notification. We know that this, if it were to pass, would surely impact more people than those within the 600 feet limit that the council or the city imposes. It will affect hundreds of people in Wheat Ridge, and especially those around the school in Upham Street, which that's all been brought up before. Okay, on the change, is this indecision on no change pervasive amongst the members of the council? I hope not. None of the council members live on Upham Street. Would the vote be different if you did? So from start to finish, the entire project seems to be sort of hush-hush and rush-rush. And we know most of the citizens in Wheat Ridge have no clue about this project or its potential degradation to the community. Also, I'd like to question the validity of the votes by the members of the council who seem to have been discussing this out of order. And I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Rhonda Norman and Carol Matthews on deck.
Good evening. My name is Rhonda Norman, Norman. I live at 4110 Upham Street. We live just up the street from this proposed development. We moved from Northwest Denver, where development is heavily underway. We know what this looks like. We know what this feels like. We do know about slot homes. We know about giant duplexes. That said, we feel that this particular development and the way that it's been proposed is actually going to be an asset to this particular area. It's not a development that you can put just anywhere. But at that intersection, near the intersection of Wadsworth and 38th, it's a nice opportunity to encourage home ownership instead of rentals, to encourage professional families and young families, people who can't afford to bring their families into Northwest Denver but would like to have an affordable new place to live. This development offers those opportunities. It's a nice beginning for that. If you were to place it further down Upham Street toward the middle, it wouldn't work there. It really would disrupt the neighborhood. But I believe in looking at the proposal that this would be an asset not only to the community's neighborhood, but also to helping to revitalize a lot of those shops and a lot of the retail spaces that are existing right there or that are coming. I look at 38th Avenue across from the school, and those adorable little storefronts are empty. I walk to Safeway to get groceries, 2/3 of that is empty, and more retail is coming. We need more citizens. We need more people in the neighborhood who like to walk to things in order for those retail areas to be viable. So I appreciate your willingness to reconsider your decision. I know that's really hard. I've made decisions that I've had to reconsider, and it's really difficult. And I know that that's it's got to be a struggle for you. So I really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Matthews and Michelle McLeod on deck. McLeod.
Carol Matthews, 3851 Hoyt Street. And Leah, we were so proud of you because you held this council and this city to a high standard of ethics. We thank you. And the other thing you did was you listened to the citizens and you backed them. This has been a rarity on this city council, and we really were proud of you. We really hope you uphold your decision of the last time to keep the city council representing the people that live in the district, the people that live in the streets, and the people who want to live in Wheat Ridge and maintain their property as was represented to the rest of us. Thank you for your decision last time, and please stick with it. We need you. I give the rest of my time to Raleigh Sorrentino, please.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle McLeod and Teresa Anselmo on deck.
Michelle McLeod, MCLEOD, 3960 Upham Street. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, as I said, my name is Michelle McLeod. My husband Robert and I live at 3960 Upham Street, immediately adjacent to the proposed project. First, I would like to thank Councilwoman Leah Dozman for adding this agenda item to tonight's meeting and giving this project a much-deserved second look. I'm proud of you for taking a stand and making that motion because it could not have been an easy decision to come by. We have seen the proposed potential 22 slot home project, what it might look like under the current R3 zoning, and we believe the final product would be significantly inferior to the applicant's proposed development under PRD zoning. Of all of the people that live on Upham Street, we would be the most impacted because, as I stated, this project is immediately adjacent to our home. I feel that the proposed project is well planned and laid out, and it will give positive economic benefit for both the neighborhood as a whole as well as a business district along 38th Avenue, to which new residents will be able to walk. My grandparents built this home in 1934 when they were married, so I have a long-standing history of this neighborhood. I urge the City Council to make a motion to revote on the rezoning and site development plan. Please give this a fair vote based on the merits of the project, not emotions, and the improvements that it will bring. We are looking at the long-term benefits down the road, the future of Wheat Ridge and the area. Please do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Teresa Anselmo, and Deborah Red on deck.
Teresa Anselmo, Anselmo, residing at 3960 Upham Street. Thank you, Mayor Starker and council members, for your civil service, and thank you for the opportunity to be here to speak in favor of the motion to reconsider Council Bill 02-2019. Thank you, Councilwoman Dozman, for your leadership and courage to request reconsideration of this bill. You are all often under scrutiny for the decisions you must make on behalf of the people of this community. Sometimes you receive praise, sometimes you receive criticism, sometimes you get neither. But the tough decisions are still yours to make, and by voting in favor of this reconsideration, you have the opportunity to prevent the unintended consequences of a decision that will negatively impact the Upham Street neighborhood for decades to come. As a third-generation resident of the Wheat Ridge community, as my sister stated, I humbly request that you vote in favor of reconsideration of 02-2019. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Red and Rachel Hulteen on deck.
Hi, I'm Deborah Red, 5650 South Oak Street. But my family owns the property at 3915 Upham Street, which is just down the street from this proposed development. And I lived at 3915 for many years and raised my family there. And I was really excited to see this development and this proposal because the area is just kind of getting old, and it just needs some revitalization, I think. My family has owned property in Wheat Ridge for over 40 years, and we are excited to see the revitalization of 38th and what's been done, and we think that this development will really fit into that, will really help our property values to increase, that it will improve the neighborhood. And we are very grateful, my family is, that you are reconsidering this motion, and we are very appreciative of Councilwoman Dozman that she has taken the opportunity to reconsider this and bring this back up, and we do urge that you pass this motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Hulteen and Diane Robb on deck.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Starker. My name is Rachel Hulteen, and I live at 4690 Balsam Street. I am going to do my best tonight to honor the fact that we're talking about the actual motion to reconsider. And I'm not used to 5 minutes, so let's, I feel like 3 goes quickly, 5 might go faster. So I was in the room on April 8th, as were a handful of people I recognize because we spent 6 hours together on that night. And for anyone in Wheat Ridge who cares enough about our community to set aside 5 to 6 hours, kind of depending on where you start it, to sit in this room and to listen to their neighbors and to speak their mind to City Council, and to listen to the proposal of people who have seen potential and promise in our city. That's a huge civic commitment. And I have sat in this room many times just about that late because I care a lot about my city, and I know Wheat Ridge acts a lot of times like a small town. And we care a lot about what our neighbors think, and we also recognize you guys are human beings too. And at the end of the night, that night, I remember sitting in the room thinking, this doesn't feel anymore like we're talking about this proposal or listening to our neighbors. I feel like there's something else that's in the air that isn't giving fairness to the people who've been in this room to share their thoughts on this development. And I feel like we're also not having an opportunity to consider the merits of this development on their own. And that's why I am really grateful for Councilwoman Dozman's leadership to give the opportunity for our City Council to reconsider this vote. Not because we're learning anything new about this development. I feel like sitting in the room for hours and hours that night, we really understood at the end of the day what was being proposed, what are the impacts, how does the community feel about it. But what I felt a little bit cheated was I didn't know how City Council felt about it. And I feel like the opportunity for our council to vote on that is something that's due to our community. And there's a lot of technicalities. I just look over at our city attorney's book there that he has to look at. There's a lot of rules and regulations. And April 8th to me, for all my years of coming to city council, I learned more about civic process and some of the regulations. And there were nuances that I didn't even understand after I watched it again the second day, because I'm like that. So I recognize our civic process at the end of the day is something we have to have confidence in. And I didn't have confidence in it that night. And it wasn't because I didn't understand what was being discussed or how my community members felt about it. It was because I didn't understand what decisions you were making and what decisions, what that was based off of. And I think that confusion kind of permeated the room. And that's why I'm here tonight, to ask for the opportunity to reconsider. It could turn out to be the same vote, but I think there's a lack of confidence in the vote that was taken on the 8th, and I think we as a community are due the confidence in that vote. On the 8th, I expressed my support for the project. I think this is something Wheat Ridge has worked a long time to deserve. It's a high bar, and it's not asking for anything other than our approval. If we don't set that bar high and we don't need to get that approval, then we are subjecting ourselves to things that have lower bars and don't require our approval. So I haven't changed my opinion on that, but I do look forward to the opportunity to have a vote of confidence that our whole city and our council can feel good about and move forward with. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Robb and Kim Calamino on deck.
Hello, I'm Diane Robb, 7003 West 35th Avenue, right here in Wheat Ridge. I want to thank Councilperson Dozman for bringing this agenda item back into discussion. Ms. Dozman is a high-quality person, and I can only imagine how hard and long she thought about this difficult decision. She would not have taken this decision lightly, and I admire her for having the integrity to bring this forward. This project and the rezoning deserves a fair vote based on the merits of the project. And speaking of this project, I have seen a glimpse of what the alternative project might look like under the R3 zoning, and I believe that the project proposed under the PRD zoning is far superior aesthetically and will drastically improve the neighborhood. And improvements in any neighborhood in Wheat Ridge only benefits each and every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Calamino and Joanne Sorrentino on deck.
Good evening, Kim Calamino, 4070 Dover Street. Good evening, Mayor Starker, council members. Thank you for the opportunity. I congratulate and thank Councilmember Dozman for her request to council to reconsider their vote on the rezoning application. By doing so, she's setting an example of honesty and intellectual integrity that I respect and admire. I know it was probably difficult. But that willingness to reconsider her vote and ask you to reconsider yours as well is meaningful to us all. I think it's challenging to be in your seat. I don't envy any of you that responsibility, but it is one that I think you all take seriously, and I think that Leah has really shown how seriously she takes that. And so I would encourage you to vote in favor of reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joanne Sorrentino and Gordon Hinshaw on deck.
Hello. My name is Joanne Sorrentino, 4175 Teller Street, Wheat Ridge. I think all of us, the City Council, the City of Wheat Ridge, and the residents in the Upham area acknowledge and agree that that property should be developed. However, as it was said more than once at the last meeting, we are asking for a realistic development, something that is not so huge that it requires a rezoning. I don't believe that, the developer present had mentioned that he could do 22 homes in an R3. I think none of us are opposed to that, but I think that he shut it down and implied that it would become slot homes. I'm asking you not to reconsider the vote, but that you, the members of the City Council, take a step back and have the mindset to reach a development on this property that will have lasting positive results and not reconsider the development of 38 townhomes.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gordon Henshaw and Susan Coates on deck.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Gordon Henshaw. I reside at 4045 Upham Street. Hinshhaw, by the way. I guess I would ask that you do not reconsider. We have so many legal issues, and I know everybody likes to talk about the development's pretty, and I don't believe it is. I don't think it fits that neighborhood. Now, we've also been shown previews of, well, if you don't like that, you're really not going to like this, are you? I don't think it has to be either or. I think we need to work on this. I don't think we need to make rash decisions. And what I would like to see is no reconsideration on this. The notification system for this whole project has been suspect at best. 1 sign, 4 parcels. I think that alone is illegal. This tonight, none of my neighbors knew about this. I had to go around all weekend trying to find people. As you see, they brought out theirs because they've got a lot to lose. All I've got to lose is the whole view of my property. So I got to go around my neighborhood, try to tell people, oh, you know what you voted on? You know what you came and spoke on? And you thought that we actually won? Well, we didn't. Somebody changed their mind. To tell me that we are doing this, we vote no, we change our mind, quasi-judicial, nobody's supposed to talk about it, but people are talking to all of the councilmen about it, people are talking to everybody else, social media's making threats about what's going to happen if you don't let this pass. This is not the way we want to develop this community. The legal issues, the backdoor, the bullying, this is not what we want. And I will admit, I am not fond of this. And there are other things that I may not be fond of either. I don't know yet. But I do know that the way this has been handled is unacceptable as a citizen. When I tell people at work, this is how Wheat Ridge handles these things, they can't believe it. When the bank teller says, what's with this monstrosity they're building next to the Chase building? Did you know about it? No, I didn't know about it because I wasn't within 600 feet of it. We need to change these notification laws. And Ms. Hoppy said, we'll bring it up. I'm bringing it up. We need to change them. We need to change them now. Mixed use needs to be, it affects this whole end of Wheat Ridge, building 162 units on an end and doing the same thing at the other end. And now you want to put something right in the middle. Somebody said it wasn't in the middle. 40, 38, 44th. Please do not reconsider this. Let's step back, try to figure out something that actually people are involved in, where people are notified, where neighbors know what's going on. When people say, how many properties is this? Is this just this property, or is it all 4 properties? I'm confused. Please, don't reconsider this. Thank you very much to the council members, Mr. Matthews, Mr. Urban, and Ms. Dozman, for taking the right stand the first time. Planning commission, planning members voting on this isn't right. They passed it already. And now you're telling me next time that we come here, Nobody can say anything. Nothing's going to get said. Nothing's been said in 2 weeks. Everybody's been real hush-hush. No social media activities, no phone calls. It's not right. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Coates and Sarah Lambert on deck.
My name is Susan Coates, C-O-A-T-E-S. I live at 8153 Ammon Street in Arvada, Colorado. I want to thank you for bringing this up and reconsidering this. I grew up at 3900 Upham Street, and my parents bought 3920 Upham Street, which is the house just next door. We spent many years enjoying Upham Street, but as it is now, I just feel like it needs improvement. I was at the last city council meeting and saw the project. It was beautiful. I even leaned over to my husband and said, maybe we should live there. It's one of the projects that I just feel like would improve Upham. It would improve Wheat Ridge. My husband and I have spent some time with the city of Wheat Ridge. We were planning to develop a project, another part of Wheat Ridge, and I just have 100% confidence in the city that you would not put anything there that was not going to edify Wheat Ridge, make it beautiful, and I think this project is absolutely what Upham Street needs, and I would like you to reconsider and bring the rezoning in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Lambert and Katie Zabek on deck.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lambert, L-A-M-B-E-R-T. I live at 11280 West 20th Avenue in Lakewood. I am speaking on behalf of the owners and operators of 4080 Upham Street. It's a small 23-unit multi-family apartment building. We've owned it and operated it for just over 50 years, so we've been there for a really long time. We are deeply invested in the continued growth and health of that community, and we feel it from the beginning of the project. Neil and his team have been respectful of our needs in their project design, addressing both our aesthetic and infrastructure concerns. We believe their planned community will be a good addition to the neighborhood and the neighboring businesses. We think that Wheat Ridge would benefit from the design, the project that could be built with a PRD zoning versus the possible slot homes or anything else that would be built under the R3 zoning. And I urge the council to motion to reconsider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Zabek.
Hi, council members. I'm Katie Zabak, and I live at 3030 Chase Street. I did not bring Sally today, I'm sorry. So she won't interrupt me, though. We moved to Wheat Ridge about 4 years ago, and the reason we moved to Wheat Ridge is because we wanted to raise our kids in a diverse community that had diversity in many ways, including multi-generational diversity. We also recognize that that means that there's difficult conversations that happen within those communities. We send our kids to daycare at 38th and Upham, and we look forward to sending our children to Stevens Elementary starting next year. But we worry that our elementary school won't be open 5 years from now because, as all of you know, that there's declining enrollment in our elementary schools here in Wheat Ridge. And so we need more families in Denver to be able to, or in the Denver metro area, to be able to access communities like Wheat Ridge and families from all different backgrounds. I want to thank Councilwoman Dozeman for bringing the agenda item back to discuss rezoning to the PRD. I think the councilwoman made some really important points in the discussion last meeting, and I think that that's why this development should be reconsidered. It's not easy being in any of your roles. In my professional life, I actually work with public servants like you and help them navigate the civic processes that Rachel talked about earlier. And I know that when we are in meetings that go for hours and where you have the great both opportunity and challenge of listening to residents, that that's very difficult work. And it's not always clear cut. Specifically in a meeting, you don't always know what should happen at that time. Sometimes you need some time to consider how the processes impact the actual policy that you're talking about. I understand what the implications of the alternative to the development that's been proposed might look like. I moved to Wheat Ridge from Jefferson Park, which is the land of slot homes. And I learned a couple of things from that. I learned that traffic does increase, but at the same time, those increases in traffic oftentimes can be addressed, just like challenges in process can be addressed. So I urge you all to reconsider and give this policy a real fair discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all of the speakers that I have signed up to speak. Is there anyone here who is not signed up who would like to speak? Please come to the podium.
I'm Rob McLeod at 3960 Upham Street, right next door to the proposed townhome project. I want to thank Ms. Dozman for readdressing this, and I want to be a confession here. I was one of the ones that called her, and I got a very polite and short professional reply that she acknowledged that I called her, thanked me for that, and then at the end of the discussion, she said she couldn't talk about any more details about the process. So that's one of the things. One of the things, we were here last time at the last meeting, and I remember emotions running high, things going back and forth, and the vote happened, and it was like, I'm not quite sure what happened. And there are times I make decisions in my life that I wish I could have a do-over. And Attorney Dahl said we have a chance to do a do-over, that this whole thing goes right back time-wise to right before the decision was made. And if I could tell you how many times in my life I've made a decision or said something that I wish I could take back within a few days or a few weeks, my life might be a little bit different. One of the issues I thought was interesting about a lot of the comments and everything a couple weeks ago, it almost felt like we were voting like on multiple choice. Oh, we have this 38-unit townhome, but we could have a 22, or we could have single-family homes, or we could have this, or we could. But that wasn't the vote. That was for the project and the thing that we had, not some proposal we didn't have. So that, in light of that, I'd like to see kind of a do-over on the vote with that in mind. Another thing that came up is people said this has been rushed through. I've personally been waiting 20 years for those improper properties to be improved. 20 years of what's there, waiting for somebody with the means and the acumen and the professionalism to do something, and someone has. I'd like you guys to reconsider and maybe do a do-over on that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone else who would like to speak who's not signed up.
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't sign up. I wasn't sure if I could make it this late, but I'm here. My name is Terry Dahlbeck. I spoke earlier, and I do have a concern of this type of development being constantly the type that's being coming forward with garages and 2 stories above, garages and 2 stories above, all lined up and then crammed into every bit of the land that's possible to be used. I'm not in favor of a reconsideration, but I did hear Jerry Dahl say earlier that you can reconsider with some restrictions, as maybe, I don't know if you can change the level of density. And it doesn't, I think there's a misunderstanding here that a PRD is, it looks to me like all the developments are, if they're changing, they're going to be PRDs, but you can put 22 units on a PRD, you can put 38 units on a PRD. You have a lot of development in this area. I come from having spent quite a few years in New England, and they don't allow this type of high density anymore because of the social issues that it brings to a community. It's too many people crammed into one little area with a tiny little park. You've got 60 people or more. So why can't we think outside the box? Now you can read in the Denver Post and so forth about people trying to sell these houses along the light rail, and they have what they call yardlets, which I think is what this one has, is a yardlet. They have small, that makes some sense maybe along the light rail, although it's not a very attractive development, especially if your whole city starts to look like these little stacked units one after the other here and all the way down the roads. And I did drive around because some people recommended that I look at a couple of them, and I don't think they're that great. I mean, they are good, maybe that there's 2 or 3, but we start becoming known that Wheat Ridge is willing to have this type of development for our high density at all costs without even thinking about other concepts where you might have a 2-story with open yards between them and a lot of land and create an interesting property that these places are on. It is possible that Ms. Dozeman has been pressured to reconsider, but I think she has her own mind about this and so forth, and I hope that she would look at that issue. And I don't know if you can get any advice from Jerry Dahl as to whether there could be less density looked at. As the previous speaker said, multiple choice. Well, you're not going to choose 4. Seems like 22 was a nice compromise that the neighborhood was saying is fine. It doesn't have to be done under R3. It can be still done as a PRD so you get a nice development, but it gives people a lot more room to live their lives. Someone spoke about having children and families. These people are going to have nowhere for their children and families to live on those properties in their tiny little yardlet. That might be enough room for their dog, but that's it, to go outside for a few minutes and do their thing. But it's not enough of a property to raise a family on that. You're looking at the future. These are real people who are going to live in these places. So it would be very important to consider, and as it's been said earlier, PRDs don't circumvent the intent and spirit of the protections that were afforded by the R3 already, which is setbacks and more property, more land around them. I think there is an issue of having only put one sign up for 4 properties and only 9 people came to your community meeting, and then I imagine the application may have changed because it was said by the staff that they redid the application over time. And then all of a sudden it's here with 38 units, and it really creates a lot of problems. And yes, I thought on the Tabor that Mr. Dahl recommended you could reopen the hearing. Maybe that should be a solution because there wasn't enough said about traffic, about the garbage, the trash men that are going to be going up and down those little streets. I think people feel, that they didn't get, it's just a rubber stamp. I think you have some options here. Be creative. I'm not in favor of reconsideration, I think, at this time, but it is an option, and if you take it, I would ask that you look at something a little bit different as a compromise. I mean, the other issue is that this can go to a ballot, and I don't think that that's where anyone wants to end up over this situation, because people are really at a point where they want their neighborhood to be looked at. Look at that large apartment complex that now blocks the view of the children who go to school there at Wheat Ridge. They don't have their mountain views anymore or anything else like that. And that's, I added up at least 600 new cars on that street in this short of time, because that's how many new residents that you likely have if there's 2 people per condo and apartment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who's not signed up who would like to speak on this matter?
Good evening again, Raleigh Sorrentino, 4175 Teller Street. I see Leah Dozeman's got a lot of praises tonight for what she's done, but I also know she got a lot of praises for what she did last time. It looks like she's found a no-lose situation. She's winning on both sides there. How can you do that? Anyway, I'm here for several things here. I personally feel that this council did a real disservice to your newest council member at the last council meeting by not allowing her to recuse herself from voting on these issues. This was a quasi-judicial hearing to which she brought with her more than just passing contact at a grocery store or other insignificant information from overhearing conversations. What she brought with her to the city council quasi-judicial hearing was not only benefit of a one-sided presentation package by the developer on this very project, but she herself provided the motion to approve this project at the February 7th, 2019 Planning Commission hearing, and also there voted to approve that project. There's no question that the April 8 council meeting on this subject was quasi-judicial. That's a fact. There's no question that this city council person had benefit of ex parte contact and information prior to April 8th council meeting. This also is a fact. Therefore, this places this council person in an untenable position relative to a quasi-judicial hearing. It's a no-win situation. Not like Lisa. I'm not Leah. Anyway, again, that's a no-win situation for her. If she votes for the motion to approve, there's no way she can divorce herself from pre-knowledge, contact, and her previous position on which she voted to approve the project. This means she has to support the project or be accused of infidelity relative to her previous position on the matter. It's simple logic. If she votes against this motion to approve, then she can be questioned as to why she changed her position when she was the one who brought it forward from the Planning Commission, where maybe she should have voted against it. This situation places the city council person in a very untenable position and is not fair to her or the process required in a quasi-judicial hearing. This situation into which this council has placed this new freshman council person has placed a black cloud over her, which may well last the rest of her tenure on this council. She simply should have asked this council to vote to recuse her from this matter, and that would have cleared that up. With reference to this issue here before tonight on reconsideration, it should be of significant concern to citizens and this mayor that ex-council members and current council members on this diocese would not respect the final decision and vote of an associate sitting member on this council without retribution to the extent that they would interfere after the fact to change a council decision, especially when that council person's decision at the time of the vote was based upon moral, legal, and ethical grounds. I'm going to try to finish my speech that I wasn't allowed to finish last time at the meeting. Traffic considerations are also unquestionably relevant. Consider Stevens Elementary School, the fire department, and the new 160-plus units across the street on the northwest corner of 38th and Upham, all of which dump traffic out onto Upham Street right near 38th. Buffer. What about the city's established so-called buffer transition zones between high-density and commercial establishments? The existing 4 properties, together with 4 similar properties directly to the south, provide the necessary buffer zones between Town Center Shopping Center and the residential area east of Stevens Elementary School. And now, to be included, the new 160-plus apartments just across the street. This project will eliminate this existing buffer zone. City's comprehensive plan. This project flies in the face of the city's comprehensive plan because this high-density project is not located within the established boundaries along the density corridors of 38th and 44th Avenues in Sheridan, Harlan, Wadsworth, Kipling, Youngfield, etc. The drawing that was put up last week where previously the comprehensive plan used Upham as the dividing line, it was expanded to include this development. This project's location is entirely within a long-established, relatively quiet residential area. NRS. This project flies in the face of this new neighborhood revitalization strategy, NRS, because this project is not a product of neighborhood involvement, with neighborhoods determining just what kind of development they want in the neighborhood. Presumption. The concept that a developer or contractor can approach this city with the presumption that they can come to this city staff and easily obtain the city staff's support and associated effort for a desired rezone of an already previously zoned property, basically usurping current zoning without upfront neighborhood consideration and input. This is simply outrageous to me. The city code, section 26301 part C, states that the plan development process cannot be used to circumvent the intent and spirit of the protections afforded by this chapter. This means PRD cannot be used to supplement R3 zoning. Let me read that again. This means PRD cannot be used to supplant R3 zoning if PRD results in an increase in density. Therefore, this specific development plan is not consistent with the purpose of a plan development as stated in section 26-301 of the city's code of laws. The developer's plan asserts the proposed zone change will promote the public health, safety, or welfare of the community and does not result in an adverse effect on the surrounding area. This is simply not the case here. The plan does have adverse effects on the surrounding neighborhood, namely traffic, infrastructure, height of buildings, etc. This proposed zone change is not consistent with the goals and objectives of the city's comprehensive plan as previously stated above. The argument that no one will build single-family homes on these 4 lots is rebutted by the fact that recently, say in the last 5 years, a new single-family home was built just a half a block north of this proposed development at 4110 Upham. In addition, just a block north on the west side of Upham, a single-family home was completely renovated with a new family moving in there. Louise Turner. I don't know how many of you even remember Louise. Louise Turner was the first woman on the first Wheat Ridge City Council 50 years ago. She fought vigorously and successfully to prevent Wheat Ridge from being swallowed up by Lakewood or Denver. In her later years, within the last 10, I believe, she appeared before the City Council numerous times in an attempt to stop these new high-density zone categories from being adopted by the city. She also, as I do, still believed Wheat Ridge was still a suburban community, and the urbanization of Wheat Ridge by the spread of West Denver into Wheat Ridge was simply and totally unacceptable. She fought for this principle until she passed away. New traffic stoplights on Upham at both 38th and 44th will likely become necessary. This means a traffic signal at almost every block on 38th from High Court to Allison. I believe that makes 7 on 38th. Allison, Yukon, Wadsworth, Vance, Upham, High Court, and Pierce. This city council sincerely wants to make a decision that benefits the majority of the citizens of Wheat Ridge. Okay. And I think I finished, that's the last sentence.
Thank you.
In summary, this is the wrong project, the wrong location. We're not saying you shouldn't redo something here. Something needs to be done there. It could be single-family homes. There's room there to put single-family homes. The density is the problem. Please reconsider what you need to consider appropriately.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken tonight?
Hi, my name's Larry Coates. I live at 8153 Ammons Way. My in-laws own 3900, 3920. My wife grew up there, as she already spoke earlier, and I was the son-in-law that got to take care of all the properties, cut the trees, paint the house and all that. But I always thought that area would be really nice to get updated. I'm in favor of the reconsideration and the property that would be developed. And I think Councilman Dozman for reconsider. I was here April 8th and it was had a lot of tension, so I don't think the developer got a fair shake. And I believe that they put a lot of work and effort, and I'm in the contracting business, and I saw that plan and it was well thought out. It had a lot of good features, and I worked for a lot of developers for 40 years doing development, and I thought it was a great project. And I've also done a lot of drainage work, and the drainage question was brought up the last time, and they have thought that out. I know working with the cities, that you've got to go through a lot of process with urban drainage. So I think they would have considered any kind of flooding or anything that would affect the Reed Street. In traffic, I did a lot of work on the Tennyson corridor. Tennyson, the young people are moving in, and that's, I think, the city would want. The businesses and all the businesses that would sprout up from the extra young people moving in, the young families and professionals. So thank you for reconsidering this. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Please come to the podium.
I just have a small hand up. Just wait a second for that to pass around.
I object. He's given us evidence on whatever he wants to show or show for it's the developer giving us evidence that
Mr.
didn't
Matthews,
show up at the hearing.
Are you trying to make a point of order, or?
Yeah, point of order.
Oh, and what rule are you trying to enforce?
Well, last 2 weeks ago, we eviscerated quasi-judicial, and here we have our developer now passing out information to us for us to consider. We've had almost 26 people talk to us about what they like and don't like about
Mr. Matthews,
project. When does this stop?
He's appearing as a part of citizens' right to speak in this meeting.
No conflict of interest there.
We do not turn down literature that citizens bring to us.
Excuse me.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor Starker, distinguished City Council members. My name is Tony Del Grippo. We office at 4251 Kipling Street here in Wheat Ridge. I am the applicant. I'm here to support the motion for reconsideration for our project along Upham Street. You've heard tonight from many, if not all, of our surrounding neighbors immediately surrounding us on Upham Street particularly, as well as many other Wheat Ridge residents, all who support the overall benefits of this project before you. After the last meeting, we had a dead project. We had to obviously take a hard look at what the property could look like if we simply did develop under our current use by right of the R3 guidelines. It's not a threat by any means. We're just businessmen, and we had to evaluate. We were put back on our heels. We had to take a good hard look at it. The handout you have before you is very conceptual in nature of what could something in the R3 zone look like. Just for comparison. I think it's worth just a second of your time so you can kind of grasp and understand those differences. We've confirmed with the planning department that this layout does 100% comply with all of the R3 zoning criteria. I would ask you just to really primarily focus on that graphic and kind of the allowable building orientation along with the massing of those units along Upham Street. I wouldn't focus so
Point of order. The gentleman is talking about alternate development plans. How is that relevant to the issue at hand, which is reconsideration?
Mr. Del Grippo, can you please talk to the reconsideration portion of this?
Well, yes, I can. Without the PRD and the requested density of the project, this project's going to have to ultimately be redesigned, value engineered from the ground up. 22 units with, as our base right with all the character. You're going to lose a lot of that character, charm, and curb appeal. There's not going to be a central park, pocket park. There's not going to be street-oriented units with doors facing the street. There's not going to be private front yards for use by families. There's not going to be mid-century architecture. There's not going to be additional R3 parking for, within the project. There's not going to be an additional storm drain system or maintenance agreement with Jeffco. All that is out the window. I can't even guarantee they're going to be for sale at that point. So it'll be 100% conforming R3, but it's going to lack that character and design that everyone has seen and has spoke to. So in closing, I respectfully request the council vote in favor of the reconsideration. Please focus on the merits of the project, the proposal versus the alternative. And it's especially its focus and the assistance towards the objectives of the 38th corridor. That was the whole foundation of what went into this project. And we have a lot of neighbors here. Those folks are right next to us that had a lot of input in this project. I think it was all very beneficial to the design and to the outcome. So thank you for letting me speak tonight. Good evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who's not signed up and spoken tonight who would like to come forth and speak now?
Hi, I'm Ann Henshaw at 4045 Upham, and we live right across from the proposed units. And that's sort of seemed like what I thought a little bit of a threat, as in you don't do what we wanted to start, then we're going to give you something a lot worse. And I know the McLeods are for it, and they're next to the building, and that would, certainly impact them too. But we have to look at it. They will actually not have to really look at it because it would be to their north, and all their windows and stuff are not facing the new project. So I would really like you to not reconsider. I appreciated the ethical considerations last time, and I hope that maybe that will be a consideration again. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who is not signed up to speak but would like to speak on this? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment portion of this agenda item. And Ms. Dozman, a motion is in order.
I move to reconsider Council Bill number 02-2019, an ordinance approving a zone change from residential 3R3 to planned residential development with an outline development plan ODP for property located at 4000 to 4066 Upham Street, and schedule city council action for the May 13, 2019 regular business meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? Mr. Keeter.
I have a quick procedural question. This came before us along with a request for a major subdivision and a development plan. What's the formal status of those two proposals? And if this is reconsidered, would those be eligible to be considered at the May 13th meeting?
Well, planning department may want to supplement or possibly disagree with what but I think that's a fair question. If this motion passes, it goes to city council on the 13th, and only in the event it were to be approved on the 13th. Let's remember that the public hearing on all three matters, the rezoning, the subdivision, the site plan, was conducted and concluded on the 8th, so it's fully heard by the council, and so it would be my opinion that those other two matters could be voted on, but of course only if the rezoning were to pass. The reason council didn't vote on those other two matters on April 8th was the rezoning did not pass, and so you didn't go any further, but you've taken a staff report, applicant presentation, and public testimony on the other two matters. So they're available for your consideration, but only if the rezoning is approved. And they could be scheduled and acted on as motions that evening.
I agree.
Thank you.
Additional discussion on the motion? Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two words that I want to mention here right now: ethics and integrity. The older I get, the more important those two words are to me. I'd like to read from 26102 of our code's intent and purpose. It is further the intent of this zoning code to preserve the right of citizens to participate in the making of decisions which affect their properties, while preserving to the maximum lawful extent the legislative and quasi-judicial discretion of the elected representatives of the city of Wheat Ridge. Quasi-judicial, integrity, and ethics. At our last meeting, we totally eviscerated the quasi-judicial process of this council. We took it, cut it up, threw it on the floor, and stomped on it. We tried to use a loophole to justify it to ourselves. And I think Mr. Sorrentino was absolutely correct. We should have given Councilwoman Weaver a chance to recuse herself. And we didn't, because what we were doing there was reaching a pre-gone conclusion and reaching for an end that we were looking for the end being justified by the means being justified by the end, I'm sorry. And this is just a continuance of that same concept. The end justifies the means. Nothing's changed. We've just continued to eviscerate quasi-judicial. I ran out of, as I was taking notes on people that spoke, I ran out of alphabet, went into AA when I took comments. We've talked about traffic, we've talked about drainage, we've talked about all kinds of aspects of this project outside of a hearing. And we've used that to consider, and it's totally ex parte whether we want to admit it or not. It's outside of a hearing, it's outside of just any kind of, it boggles my imagination. We have just spent 3 hours talking about this project and we're not supposed to have any ex parte conversations about it. I just don't understand it. People complain that we do backroom deals and that there's no transparencies and that the fix is in and they haven't got a chance to change City Hall. But ethics and integrity, I certainly hope that we consider that in this reconsideration vote. We stomped on our ethics and integrity 2 weeks ago, and we're working awfully hard to do it again. I'm amazed that not everyone can see this. The original vote was not passed because of ethics and integrity concerns. And here we are going for a second bite at the apple, the poisonous apple. And I just don't understand it. Thank you. By the way, I will have more comments as regards to the actual merits of the project itself on the 13th of May. Thank you.
Soppy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Dahl, can you please let me know if I'm correct about this? But the way I see this, the hearing's been closed, so this is not a quasi-judicial matter right currently. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a procedural question of whether or not you will reconsider. It often happens that you get testimony that is either perfectly aimed at that issue, imperfectly aimed at it, or not very perfectly aimed at it. And the usual approach for the council is to allow statements, and then you are in charge, of course, of deciding what of those statements are relevant to the question in front of you, and that's in your discretion. But it's not, tonight's not a quasi-judicial hearing. It's a regular agenda item on a procedural question. Are you going to reconsider or not?
Because the hearing's already been closed and voted on.
That's correct.
Thank you. I just would like to say that a motion to reconsider can be taken at many different times. So it could have been taken at the end of this meeting and not have been on the agenda. It could have just come up. I applaud Councilwoman Dozeman for making sure that it got on the agenda so that there was opportunity for people to come and speak on it. Because if it does get reconsidered and we go back to the original main motion, that hearing's already closed and there will be no opportunity to speak on it. So the way that she did that allowed for the community to come and speak on this. And so I think that that was an absolute positive way to handle that situation, and I appreciate that. I think that I will be supporting a motion to reconsider, and I hope that the remaining members of council will do the same.
Is there additional discussion on the motion? Ms. Dozeman? Oh, Mr. Urban?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the reasons that I seconded the motion by Councilmember Matthews to pull this item off the agenda is that I believe that this idea that we can jump in and out of quasi-judicial on zoning matters is somewhat laughable, and that we say this is quasi-judicial until the hearing closes and the vote is taken, and then the next day we can have the entire city contacting various council members and telling us this, that, and the other thing, and pretending like we won't consider that down the road. And so when I began to look at the council rules and I looked at the council rule regarding reconsideration, I think that that is a solid rule within our rules to allow us to reconsider legislative matters. And when we're considering legislative matters, I think it's appropriate for us to have that option to reset and redo. Where I think it becomes a little bit more difficult is that in a reconsideration of a quasi-judicial matter, we're jumping in and out of this quasi-judicial situation, or this quasi-judicial cloak, if you will, and it becomes much more difficult to understand as we go forward. If this vote for reconsideration passes and we vote on it on May 13th, how are we all not supposed to pretend we didn't just see this from the developer and have the developer tell us, vote for this or this will happen? Well, that information is not in the public testimony, so how do we take that? How do we consume that? We can't. This is ex parte communication, and much of the residents' voice in opposition against the development here tonight was also ex parte communication. And in the council rules, we do have, or the city code, we do have an opportunity to, I believe, somewhat remedy this, in that we can ask for a rehearing to occur. Not a reconsideration, but a rehearing of the matter. And I'm not sure if this qualifies as new evidence to this matter, but I would ask the city attorney, does the information provided by the developer here tonight constitute new evidence to this matter and therefore allow us to consider a rehearing of the matter?
Well, the council can always choose to trigger a new hearing on the case, whether or not you've received information that you believe is new. I think you accurately point out that most, not all, but most of the speakers tonight gave you information, not just the developer. And what I mentioned earlier, I think in response to Councilmember Hoppe, is that judges face this all the time. They face the fact that they get information that wasn't in the hearing record, and it's their job as judges to disregard that and stick with the hearing record. And judges are a little more insulated from the public than you are, and I get it that phone calls, I'm sure, have been made. Because the matter is quasi-judicial, I can't and will never instruct council members, turn off your phones. Don't take any calls from anyone. Of course, you can't do that. And so stuff happens and you hear things outside, and primarily you heard a couple hours of real testimony here tonight. But as judges, it's your job to remember that the record you make your decision on isn't tonight. The record, if it gets reconsideration, if reconsideration passes and you go to May 13th, the record you make your decision on was the record made on April the 8th. Every judge sitting in a district court or a county court and municipal court knows that and does that. It's harder for you, no question, because the volume of additional testimony, for lack of a better word, that you get outside of the hearing record that took place on April the 8th is huge. But that doesn't change your job and the right that you have as judges to be polite to your constituents, but at the same time, remember the decision you will need to make is still based on that record. So having said that, I would say that council is within its rights not to trigger rehearing just because more stuff has happened, because that is a kind of a fact of your lives, and that is not a trigger. Having said that, I will also say, as I started with saying, council has the right, if it wishes, to ask that a whole new hearing be set on this and trigger that out and have that, but it would be a whole new noticing process, and you would have to effectively start, from the beginning.
So that being said, I would feel better understanding that it's likely that folks would vote for reconsideration, and if you're considering voting for this reconsideration, I would also ask you to consider voting for a rehearing of this matter so we can set up a clean slate for this to operate under, and that given everything that has gone on, I feel like both the applicant and the residents deserve a full do-over so that this is adequately discharged from our agenda, that we're not just sort of taking this piecemeal and jumping in at a quasi-judicial, but if we allow a full rehearing, that'll give both sides the opportunity to present their arguments and give us a clean slate to work on as much as we can clean this slate and start over, which I'm not certain can be done, but I think that from a process standpoint, reconsideration allows us just to get up and vote, and we've already been presented with information from multiple sides, and I just think that a rehearing will give us a better chance at making this a clean bill of health, if you will, for this particular project or this particular property. And that's what I would ask, that if I could make a friendly amendment to the motion to replace the word consideration with rehearing.
Mr. Dahl, tell me the nature of a friendly amendment.
Typically that's an amendment that both the maker of the motion and the second agree to be placed on the motion. So procedurally, you do that. If they don't agree, then you run it as a regular amendment, and the amendment gets seconded, and you try that. Let me think out loud just a little bit, though, about procedurally where we are. At the moment, the project was denied, and so there's a pending motion to reconsider. It would seem to me that a motion to rehear is not a reconsideration motion. The only motion that's available to you once you've disposed of a project and denied it is a reconsideration of that action. And you don't have door number 3, which is a rehearing, do other things with it, because remember where we're at here. You had a hearing, you took an action, and denied the project. And the only other thing that can happen around that potentially is a motion for reconsideration of specifically, where you were before you closed the matter on the 8th. So it would seem to me that in order to even get to the question of rehearing, I'm not saying you couldn't trigger a rehearing, but you're going to have to open the matter up and reconsider it before you can even do that. If at the end of the hearing on the 8th of April, before any motions were taken, someone had moved to say, I'd like to trigger an additional hearing on this, then I think yes. I think because you haven't yet taken an action on the project. But once you did, the only avenue for you to act tonight would be reconsideration or not. If you don't reconsider, you're done, and as I've mentioned, but if you reconsidered and then you took it to May the 13th, it's a time machine. You're back to April 8th, and while rare, and I'm trying to think if it's ever happened in my experience here, after the completion of a hearing, you could then, I suppose, move to rehear the matter because you wanted to trigger a new hearing. But you could only do it then. The gatekeeper to be able to do anything else with the application is to have reconsidered it. I'm not urging that you vote yes or no on reconsideration, I don't care. But that's a gatekeeper to be able to do other things. So that's my view.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Urban?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the section 26109, Part E, like the fourth paragraph, if you will, an exception to the 12-month rehearing period may be allowed where an applicant or a member of the final hearing authority who voted on the prevailing side requests a rehearing on the same application no later than the next regular or special meeting. The granting of a rehearing shall be by majority vote and based upon the submittal of new evidence which could not have been with due diligence presented at the previous hearing on the application. I would suggest this is new evidence. I was a member of the prevailing side. The other member of the prevailing side made a motion for reconsideration. The substitution of the word rehearing for reconsideration fits both within the council rules under section 6 for reconsideration as well as section 109 of the Code of Laws.
Well, it's important. I want to make sure I give the right answer. Everybody does the, okay, what question can we ask Jerry now that that he'll have a great answer for right at the top of his head. And
Would you like to take a recess right
that's
now,
what I'm
Mr.
asking
Hall?
for because, fair question, but I want to make sure I'm right on it. So I need a few minutes.
We will take a 10-minute recess.
Make a comment though to what he's
Are you ready? Okay. All right, I'd like to call order in the House, and we will reconvene our meeting. When we left, when we went on break, our attorney, Mr. Dahl, was doing some research to render an opinion. Have you had a chance to do that?
I have.
Can you please review what we're talking about?
Sure. Councilmember Urban is right. So there's that. Procedurally, where you're at is you have a motion to reconsider, and the procedure of the question was, gee, I'd like a friendly amendment to amend reconsider to turn into rehearing. And Councilmember Urban points out that the basis for that is in the code. It's under the public hearing rules in 26109, and he read, I think, most of it, that a member voting on the prevailing side, he's one of those 3 members that vote on the prevailing side, can ask to ask for rehearing. Has to be by majority vote, so the voting rule is the same. And it has to be based upon, and I guess I'd emphasize this, the submittal of new evidence which could not have been with due diligence presented at the previous hearing on the application. So that's got to, and that determination is within your sole discretion, not mine. You've had, to be blunt, lots of evidence tonight. There's no way around the fact that evidence has been presented. You would need to determine that it's evidence that couldn't have been presented with reasonable diligence, and that's completely up to you. Procedurally, where you're at is you've got a pending motion to reconsider that's been seconded, and you have a motion, a request by Mr. Urban of Ms. Dozman to amend her reconsideration motion to be a rehearing. That's a proper request, but that would need to be approved by the maker of the motion and the second, who was Ms. Hoppy. If they fail to consent, then you default to our usual rule, which is done all the time, where if Councilmember Urban wants to continue with that request, he just makes a formal motion to amend, and if that gets a second, you vote on that motion. If that passes, the main motion's been amended, and then you vote on a motion that's a rehearing motion, and if that passes by a majority, I want a few minutes to just tell you what I think the process for that would be, but I won't bother with that until you get a little further down in the procedural process. Are there questions about procedure that I can help with now that I've said it's a proper motion, can either be consented to, or if not, it can be placed before you as just a regular formal motion to amend?
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Dahl at this point? Ms. Dozman, Mr. Urban wants to request a change in it.
I think it's appropriate to vote on the motion as it stands, and then if we want to discuss the second motion, then we can do so.
Okay. Is there further discussion on the motion?
I'm sorry, are you not consenting to the friendly amendment?
Yes, let's vote on the motion as it stands, as I read it out from the packet, and then we can address that issue of rehearing if we would like to.
It's a not consent.
So,
Me neither.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
So Mr. Urban's request does not make muster. Is there further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Urban.
Thank you. I would move to amend the motion to strike the word reconsideration and insert the word rehearing.
Second.
Is there discussion on the amendment? Mr. Pond.
Well, I appreciate the thought behind it. I think if I could just ask you to read the clarifying piece again, because I think that's where I'm going to disagree, and I won't be supporting this amendment.
The granting of rehearing shall be by majority vote and shall be based upon the submittal of new evidence which could not have been with due diligence presented at the previous hearing on the application.
I don't take this as new evidence that couldn't have been provided previously. No, at least from my standpoint, R3, we had plenty of discussions actually in the hearing about R3 densities and the allowable the allowable densities in R3, and so in fact, I would almost say it was already brought up in the hearing. This may be a representation of it, but it's not new evidence that couldn't have been produced, or in fact, wasn't produced at that meeting. It was. We talked about it. I remember hearing it. I heard the number 22 like 5 times. If I look in my notes, that's what this is. So I don't think it meets the standard for that. I won't be voting for the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Urban?
Thank you. I understand that the city code provides for what R3 allows, that if you read the code, you can come up in your mind with what that provides. But that's not what, he didn't just copy off the code and present us with that language. He used a different language. That language is the language of pictures and drawings and schematics of what could be developed within this particular zone district. That's not just looking at the code and saying this is what could be. He's presenting this evidence in the form of a piece of paper to us in the council meeting as to what could be. That, in my mind, is evidence of what could be. I have made a motion to rehear this hearing. That means that the previous vote that was taken is struck and we start over from scratch so that we have a clean bill of health for whatever comes from this project. The benefit of a clean bill of health for whatever comes is that it reduces the liability and the likelihood of further issues with this particular project one way or the other. And that's why I'm considering and asking fellow council members to vote in favor of a rehearing, because that gets you where you want to be as well, because you want this to have a second bite at the apple, if you will, a redo. But in my mind, because we've gone so far afield of everything, that we deserve better than just a simple reconsideration of the previous motion for the reasons that I stated previously regarding the difference between legislative and quasi-judicial. And I don't believe a reconsideration is an appropriate action on a quasi-judicial matter, and I believe this is new information, new evidence, not just a recitation of the city code, but an actual rendering and schematics of a new design that is presented in the words of the developer, vote for this or vote for that. And no time, in any case we've ever heard on this council, are we presented with, oh, vote for this option or vote for this option in a zoning case. That's never the case. We're always presented with one particular proposal. In this case now, because of where we're at, we've been presented with 2. And that, in my mind, presents new evidence, and that's why I ask you to vote in favor of this.
Ms. Hoppy?
I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with Councilmember Urban that we were told vote for this or vote for that. I think that this is just a layout of this is what could already be built there, and this is what I would like to build there, first off. Second off, I'm not in favor of a rehearing because the timing issue, and it's unfortunate, and I think that we need to, even the 13th seems really long ways away, because I can tell you from working in construction for a long time, your subcontractors, hard bids, don't stay hard for that long. They'll pull their bids, material prices go up, and the longer that this is dragged out, the more that project could be changing and more money it could be costing, and they're already very in. The schematics that we saw and the proposal we saw, they already have a lot of money into this project, and so I think restarting it and then getting into July or August is not appropriate. So I will not be voting for this amendment.
Ms. Davis?
So I would just like to mirror what Ms. Hobby said. I don't recall vote for this, vote for that comment. And I would also like to say that, again, there were other suggestions made about that property. I don't want to focus on one, although one brought pictures. I think folks said pocket parks, build a house, put 22 units there. They could possibly look different. And I also do feel like the other thing about the rendering is it was already discussed in the previous meeting, as Mr. Pond said. I also want to go back to some of the discussions of why initially we had allowed Ms. Weaver to vote, and it was in support of our charter, and that we felt she could make an unbiased decision based off of the information presented. I still believe that. Although, you know, I don't want to put Patrick and Mr. Dahl on the spot, I do know that that's not the first time that we've had appointed council people come from the Planning Commission up to City Council and vote on other items. I think we all, I believe I know two of them, but I don't. So I don't want to feel like we're either setting a precedent by supporting or not supporting our charter by allowing Ms. Weaver to vote, because we all did, or, you know, many of us did feel that she could make a fair and just decision from the hearing at council. So I also will not be supporting the revision to the motion.
Is there additional discussion on the amendment to the motion? Ms. Dozeman?
So I'm not opposed to reopening the hearing. However, I think it's very difficult to say that we're going to wipe the slate clean. I think that, you know, I'm going to take this one on the chin either way. I took it on the chin when I decided to vote no after having, you know, come out and saying this project was a high quality product, and they had, you know, worked with the public, and these are the kind of developers that we want in our community. Having worked with the county, which we all know how difficult that is, they didn't come to us with any handouts or asking for any handouts, asking for us to subsidize the retention pond or subsidize any of the infrastructure. They planned for that all on their own. So, I mean, I sat here and I talked about all of the positives of the project, and then I voted no because of the tensions of the process and the procedures, which those need to be addressed separately. I have issues with some of the things in our charter. I have issues with some of the things in our codes. We've been talking about this since before I got elected. This is one of the major topics of the neighborhood revitalization strategy, in which they have recommended that we break the city down into more localized neighborhoods and front load this process to allow for the neighbors to have more say in the beginning, so that concerns are addressed early on, and, you know, we're not completely pulling the rug out from under people that have gone through years of a process. And so when we're sitting up here talking about fairness and equity, you know, that applies to everybody, whether we're residents in our, like, current residents, developers, business owners, you know, we all have to play by the book. I have had the chance to look at the processes and the charter in which we have to base our decisions off of. So our city charter is our first and foremost constitution. Because we are a home rule municipality, the charter rules us, and we have to go to bat for the residents based on that charter, even if we don't agree with it. So while I threw a bunch of weight behind quasi-judicial, and I felt that having somebody previously sitting on Planning Commission prejudging a situation, whether they voted yes or no on it, and then, you know, we come back to the situation where it is a matter of us. If we were to reopen the public hearing, we're basically putting all of us up to the task that we refused to allow Amanda to do. So she would have been held in misconduct if she had abstained or recused herself after we didn't unanimously allow her to. So there's a whole lot of nuances in this charter, and I'm flat out still learning. Like, you know, we have to take a recess to allow, like, look at that book. And I give so much kudos, and I have so much respect for Mr. Dahl sitting up there and having to pull things out of his hat. And really, we do have a lawyer on the dais, but, you know, I don't have any legal background. I do have a political science background, policy research. You know, it's in my nature to look at things from all angles. You know, I have a debate background. I was able to argue both sides of everything, look at everything, and decide on which was right and which was wrong. I got this wrong, and I'm okay to admit that. And if that negatively affects me in the future, then that is what it is. So, You know, we had a speaker come up and say, there are times in life when I wish that I could have gone back and maybe made a different decision. And I'm asking that we go back and reconsider this motion. And I don't think that opening the public hearing is going to allow for us to hear any more information than we already have.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, will the clerk please poll the council on the amendment?
Sorry. The motion to amend fails 2-6 with council members Dozeman, Davis, Pond, Hoppy, Weaver, and Keeter voting no.
Okay, we will go back to the main motion. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 6-2 with council members Matthews and Urban voting no.
Thank you. No, we have to work to 11. We'll do it. Okay, our next item will be item number 8. Ms. Weaver, would you please introduce item number 8?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a motion to approve appointments to boards and commissions. At the February 25, 2019 City Council meeting, Council appointed several citizens to various boards and commissions. However, due to a code change that needed to be adopted, there remain 2 seats open that still require a motion by Council to fill. These appointed seats are District 1 and District 3 for the Liquor Licensing Authority.
Thank you. You don't have a report on this? I don't. Okay, thank you. This is item number 8. I have no one signed up for this item. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none. Okay, please come forward. Give us your name and your address. Please spell your last name.
Ehor Figlis, 9775 West 36th Avenue. I'm applying for the open position on the Planning Commission for District 3. And I just wanted to kind of follow up on what my comment at the beginning. I mean, you guys, as is obvious, you got a really tough job. And the fact that every couple of weeks you have to get a package of documents, hundreds of pages long, that you have to review and everything else. The reason I want to get on a planning commission is because I want to make the process work better. I mean, I reported to you today about how, it doesn't seem to work. And I think that, we've got a city administration which has experts, which are planners, and everything else that can evaluate the plans and make sure that they fit the laws. But the reason for a citizen commission is for the voice of the people to also be heard. And I think that I would work for transparency and try to reach out, make sure that we get participation for the citizenry, and so that to avoid this conflict as much as possible, and to support your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here tonight who is not signed up to speak but would like to speak on this item? I see none, so we'll close the public comment. Ms. Hoppy, would you please make the recommended motion for the Liquor Authority in District 1?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to appoint Rocco Germano to the Liquor Authority District 1, term to expire 03/02/2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Who is this second?
Mr. Keeter.
Will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Mr. Pond, would you please give us the next 2, please?
Thank you. I move to appoint Leonard Ortiz to the Liquor Authority, District 3, term to expire 03/02/2022.
Second.
Is there discussion on the motion? Will the clerk please poll the council? Is your button working?
Motion carries 8-0.
Mr. Bond, would you please do the third one?
Thank you. I'll take a second to thank all the applicants for Planning Commission. We've got several very good candidates, so thank you to everyone who applied. I move to appoint Will Kearns to the Planning Commission District 3, term to expire 03/02/2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Who was the second?
Ms. Hoppy.
Ms. Hoppy? Poll the council.
Voting?
No, your button's not on.
Motion carries 7-1 with Councilmember Matthews voting no.
Please clear the board. Is the board clear?
No. Now it is.
Mr. Matthews, would you please read the next motion?
Yes, one moment here. I move to appoint Ruth thank you. I move to appoint Ruth Baranowski to fill the vacant position on the Cultural Commission, District 4, term to expire 3/02/2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Ms. Hoppy, would you please move the last one on here?
I move to appoint Tamio Wright to fill the vacant position on the Board of Adjustment, alternate at large, term to expire 03/02/2020.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. It is the hour of 11 o'clock. We have finished work on the items. The rules say that we may adjourn at this time, and there are a couple of motions that can be made before we adjourn.
I move that we continue the remainder of our agenda, items number 9, 10, along with city managers, city attorneys, and elected officials matters before we adjourn.
Second.
We'll give the second to Mr. Pond. Is there discussion on the motion? Will the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Mr. Pond, would you introduce item number 9, please?
Yes, thank you. Motion to ratify mayoral appointments to the Housing Authority. And this is for the members of the Housing Authority are appointed by the mayor and ratified by the city council. There are currently vacancies in District 1, District 2, and a appointment due to Tim Fitzgerald's resignation. Is a motion in order?
It is.
I move to ratify District 1 mayoral appointment of Cheyenne Kinghorn to the Housing Authority, term to expire March 2nd, 2021. And I moved, can I do them all together, or do you want me to separate them?
You may do them all together, unless I hear a motion to separate. Please continue.
Additionally, I move to ratify District 2 mayoral reappointment of Chad Hart to the Housing Authority, term to expire March 2nd, 2024. And I move to ratify the appointment of Amanda Weaver as the elected official appointee.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? There's a question among the council whether Ms. Weaver can vote on this. She can vote for herself or vote on that, or? Wait, we'll get a legal opinion.
I think it's 4.9, and I think it has to do with whether she has a personal or private interest.
Would you like a 15-minute recess, Mr.
No, I wouldn't at all. Thank you. It's 5.9. No member of council shall vote on any question in which he or she has a personal or financial interest other than the common public interest, or on any question concerning his or her own conduct. Question is that a personal or personal? It's certainly not a financial interest. Is it a personal interest or her own conduct?
I'm a developer.
I'd opine that it's not a personal interest because there's not this isn't a contract that will result in remuneration for her if she's appointed. It's a public interest, clearly, to be appointed or not to a housing authority, but I don't believe it's a personal interest. She's not the spouse of someone, that connotes personal interest to me. Really doesn't involve her own conduct because she hasn't been appointed yet. So I believe that she can vote, and in fact must under section 5.9 unless the council by majority vote or unanimous vote of the remaining members excuses her. And in the absence of such a motion, I think you just proceed with motions pending.
On advice of council, we will mandate that Ms. Weaver vote on this. Would the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Agenda item number 10, Ms. Davis, would you please introduce?
Thank you, Mr.
item number
Mayor.
10?
Motion to approve appointment of the representatives to the 2020 outside agency program. That's 2020 outside agency program, just for clarification. The purpose of creating the 2020 Outside Agency Program Committee is to provide additional opportunity for citizens to participate in the budget process. This committee gives citizens the opportunity to weigh community needs with available resources and provide recommendations to the city.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, a motion is in order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I do all motions at once, please?
You may.
And only the new members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I move to appoint Cheryl Brungard to District 1 to the 2020 Outside Agency Program. Term to expire 2021. Budget recommendations are presented in 2020. I move to appoint James Skinner and Christine Disney to the 2020 Outside Agency Program Committee, District 2, term to expire after the 2021 budget recommendations are presented in 2020. I move to appoint Madeline Devan to the 2020 Outside Agency Program Committee, District 3, term to expire after 2021 budget recommendations are presented in 2020. And I move to appoint Christopher Schilling to the 2020 Outside Agency Program Committee, District 4, term to expire after the 2021 budget recommendations are presented in 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Who was the second?
Mr. Pond. Would the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. That concludes the agenda portion of our meeting. We will now go to city manager's matters. Mr. Goff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder for everybody, the train is a-coming. Believe it or not. This Saturday will be a community celebration out at the Wheat Ridge Ward G-Line station, which is at 50 Ridge Road and Ward. So come on out. There'll be activities from 10 to 2. There's an official ribbon cutting on Friday, but there'll be a community party on Saturday, 10 to 2. Come on out.
Thank you. Mr. Goff, you've got free reign here. I mean, Mr. Dahl, I've confused the both of you, but, you've got free reign now.
Nothing tonight, thank you very much.
Okay, that was free range, right? Okay. Elected officials matters. Ms. Dozeman.
Hi, yes, I would just like to let everybody know that the Carnation Festival Parade. Registration is now open, so you can go to thecarnationfestival.com and sign up there. The Cultural Commission is hosting our plate design contest this year. First place winner wins $250, and that is on the city's website. And I hope you join us for the Carnation Festival, the 50th Carnation Festival this year.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews?
Not this evening, and thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis?
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Pond?
Actually, really quickly, I just want to thank all the residents of District 3 who came out on a couple Saturdays ago for coffee with council and met our new council member, Amanda Weaver, at her farm. Thank you for making that available. And we enjoy good attendance in District 3 and really appreciate everyone coming out and talking to us. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keeter?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Mr. Urban?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today I had the opportunity to take a preview of the G line, and it is running. We took it from Old Town Arvada up to the Ward Road Station and then down to Union Station, and myself and members of the Adams County Commissioners, Ed Perlmutter, members of the Arvada City Council, and Mayor Mark Williams from Arvada was there as well. And it was really nice to see the staff on the train very safety conscious and very focused on safety, really. And so I would just ask people to stay off the dang tracks. It seems like a no-brainer, but it seems the other day I was driving through Old Town Arvada, and there was someone who came up behind me who straddled the tracks and waiting for the light behind me. So it just seems like you can't say enough. Stay off the tracks, and we need to kind of get that word out there. And as these trains keep coming and there's more traffic along the tracks, we just need to be vigilant and encourage people to stay off the tracks.
Thank you. Ms. Weaver?
Nothing. I would just add to what Mr. Urban said. There is a great RTD campaign called Dumb Ways to Die that is very amusing but very effective, and so I'm glad to hear it's running.
Ms. Hoppy?
I just wanted to ask Ms. Janelle, in the very beginning when Mr. Matthews made his motion to remove item number 7 from the agenda and Mr. Urban seconded it, you read it as a fail 5-2, and it was a fail 6-2, and you read Zach Urban and Larry Matthews as no's, and they were yeses. So I just wanted to clarify that for your notes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank everyone for helping put together a full meeting tonight. I'm looking forward to taking a ride out on the Gold Line, the G Line, I like to call it the Gold Line, tomorrow for a media tour and doing the ribbon cutting on Friday, and we have events scheduled on Saturday, and I hope everyone will avail themselves of that. I believe, Mr. Goff, there's free ridership.
There's free ridership all day on Friday for the G Line, and then all day Saturday for the whole fast track system.
The whole system.
And then also there's a public art. You want to mention that? Great.
Don't steal. You know, it's not much thunder, but it's a small clap. But Saturday at 1:30 we will have a dedication of the sculpture that our city helped pick out for that Gold Line station. I looked at it the other day. I sort of remember I was in the selection committee, and it still looks pretty good, even though it's old, but it's new. So with that, I hope that everyone has a nice evening and renews themselves for new service in our city. Thank you so much. We are adjourned.